for this window, the blinds are already down. And you can open that way. For this, that one's always down. This door's always up. So you pull them right up and they're just up the top. Yeah? And every room is got blinds. Same. If I go through here, you can see the blinds up. Yeah. Every can be. Go to the blind, you'll see the different and they'll come in and do the whole thing in one day. This guy will come in and measure them, and they'll go, right, how many goes and measure up, come in, do the blind, vertical. See, look. That's vertical. I've got this. Mine are white. They're wood. That's actually kind of cut down. It's just you can hold it and it's spot on. Right, so you put like a shutter. You put a fan in front from me. How did it happen? I want to say that I don't want to do it. I only want to move it. And it's the time. I never watch TV. All the TV. Not a person. And
has a 49 inch. 49 inch is got looks bigger than that. I'm that big for speed.
I've got 2 for it.
One, two. Yeah.
Oh, you said hello. Yeah, about that.
Then you go boom, 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 right. So let's say I'm not going to buy No, it's just idea from what I do on the flower, like something. Yeah, it's very beautiful window. So this is basically just literally idea. We don't know what to do. Yeah. Really what? I'm interested. That's what we want in my eye. I want this one. No, you better not sure for him to draw.
The white say so when companies are working, when you come in and you do it all in one day. Show you before it does. Honestly, I'm not going to do it. I'm the leader of the house. I'm the leader. I am the leader of the house. All the decisions goes to me. And I decide. So I'm just going to say, I like this, and I want to think. I like it. What needs to be basically destroy your house. That was going to
Yeah. I like the tight things up. You have these trees. You have one. You have one. I know. Yeah. Which is right. Wonder that they gut them. They go in and gut them. First time. Which one is yours? I'd say it's on that 80s style, the classic style, number one. Well, where are the pictures? No, I need pictures.
Those are the main 80 styles.
It's a bit cold. It depends on in the houses. I assume it's more than one sort of master, so you can go with these. But in our house, it's like you can have cold walls and you don't have a temperature in the house. But that's great. And then the thing is grey is the fashionable colour. Right. Now it's cool. Now right. So the colours are quite blue, quite red, quite white. And it's highlighted. But my wife thinks I like this big board. I like this kind of stuff. Yeah, I like this. That's kind of the same
Alright, so this is some nugget style. Well, you can have one. You don't have one. Yeah, I have one. They're all kind of similar. For him.
No, exactly. But I quite like that. That's more, I would say, oh, that's lovely.
They make them.
That's exactly where it comes to. You know, that's white. White is white walls okay, but white's
That's basically every flat has this design.
It's the first undrawn gallery suite ever.
All the other stuff that you have to change. No, this is just ideas. No. This is just ideas. I have no idea.
Where's my room? So we can't say that.
No.
I can only say what goes to an hour. Our house is enjoying. There's a farm house or land house. I've got your room. That is
Morning, sir.
Morning. Mr. Fox, would you accept a short extension?
Morning. Good morning, sir. Can you have one at the door, please, sir?
No, it's not like serious.
Yeah.
I was like, you need to tell them not to do that again. The new blade, right? The new blade. Hello. No. So all of this is access and like instant runners to you. How much do you use? Well, they have a blind for yeah, no, it's good to have. It's good to have. It's still got finding out when we left the repair. I used it a week after. Yeah, a week after. There was a rainy day, it worked out normal, and then the next day I picked up the car. I went on a job. I went on a hospital with Robert and I took a video of it, so like, it would be quite He did a focus, so it was so I went to the office and they gave me the 1700 that they have. You guys have it. I took it up, I did everything, I packed it, and I said it to them, they received it, they called me, and they said they would be covered with the warranty. So it should be just from that 16 it looks like it had yeah, no, yeah, we'll finish this at the 10:30.
See, I've gone for the kind of... You have a little arm that comes
Okay, bro.
Very easy. Yeah, very easy to skate. Now, more than page, now it's more house.
Oh, hell yeah. Good funny ground source. What's on offer there then? Everything's back there. But it's not so bright. It's a bit bright now. I have to change it slowly. What happened? No. Those traps further down and much better left. Just got the trap much bigger to the ball. No, it just goes so well with Essex.
Yeah,
Prague or Essex. I get the whole like from Manchester. More of a
It's a bit samey though. Flavours all the same throughout every plate.
yeah, exactly. So I don't do that often. That is lazy. My dad was always like,
I didn't say from the 70s it was
do some surprising stuff with it. Have that all the time.
Remember when they asked me for code? So we say tactics.
Actually, whether he likes them.
What's the big down?
I want to didn't have money, he said, bring me an narrative. Let me look at it. What do you mean?
That's like saying,
You know, just wash it on the back up.
nothing of yours is money. I didn't even have a coin. I had to ask him. What is this? I don't know. These are all
Do you know where that exactly is? Just don't want to get a phone call. My point is that there is no ground to say that I don't believe because he faces I wouldn't say removed, but I recreate this idea that the thing there's no risk, which is a good thing, and it's human, and I quite like that. If I can say what the ideal political side was, the plan everybody can take care of it. I think the government is very efficient. That's why I'm more like you're very right. It's getting pretty deep over here, man. Yeah, it was. I didn't start that conversation. I didn't start it. No, we're probably not about that. It's not true. Nah.
Hold on, let me just take a head before I go. 9 AM and damage.
Right, now I think that it will be good for you.
Yeah, just ask where these can change technical
If I wasn't English, I would
like Francis said.
Oh,
It's a
I'll
couple
be
of March. So if that makes it this time.
If I wasn't
Just do it in a few weeks.
It doesn't happen every year.
It means we're still
Really, Frank?
We might have a new government in place by Christmas.
Frank, How much is this? You know what I mean? If it was 5, maybe.
Mr. Rees-Mogg, would you accept a short extension? Would you accept a short extension? Hello, sir. How are you? Thank you.
That car's running a bit faster.
Today's been a day of long.
See you later, Bobby.
Morning, sir.
New Prime Minister.
Just because the large amount.
Morning, sir.
Sorry, I'm waiting for the meeting inside. I've stepped outside to use my phone. Number 10 or 11. Start your door now. This is not where you want. Okay, thank you.
Don't get off enough, it's right. Sounds like what you say if you were going around using
I should like charging for every snap.
So basically, you're going to be changing crews over at roughly the exact time you're going to leave. We're going to be changing crews over at roughly the exact time. Yeah. Good idea, great idea.
That's alright. My pleasure. Honestly, like I said, we're always. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. No worries. Someone just come.
Is he back in flying?
Fucking hell, what are you doing? That's what it was. Until he came, yeah? Until he came.
Jesus. Okay, nice to see you. Fucking hell, I'm just sweating hard enough. It's not my advantage. I used to learn it with the male kangaroo thing, isn't it? Protecting the babies.
No worries, you've got it back anyway. No worries.
First down.
Where do you go? Yeah, and if everybody wants it.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, cheers, Chris. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
to Australia? When did this happen?
Yeah, I'll go in the passport. It's a really nice process.
Why? Why don't you just take the old one in?
Well, no, because it's over here. It's not like doing it, I can show you. Go along, get those documents, actually sit down like 15 minutes so that someone gets it all, even if you haven't before. It's just like the part, come on.
When did you move over here?
Huh?
When did you move over here?
I've always been here.
You got off the boat.
Yeah. But I've got to, yeah, you've got to take like 50 different documents when you are, so give me one before. So I haven't suddenly not become being Australian. Just decided one year to not be Australian.
Have you got dual?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Very. It's the other side of the world, so doesn't mean if I ever do go over there for a couple of years or whatever, I can just start working straight away if I want to. I wouldn't have to get any kind of visa, I wouldn't have to do farm work or whatever. Be able to stay when I go to the idea. I'm not averse to the idea. Life's too short to get in one country, right?
Unless you fly drone over, I'm not sure whether you're allowed to. Yeah. But even flying a drone over, you just get to keep your depends how much work they did last night.
the gander your, you know, chief commander, commander in chief. What's that? Your big the hell is your king and sturgeon.
Oh, yeah.
One of them called Boy. The other one called the young lady going forward. I don't know whether they're related, but they're both. Not today, yeah. Not with that. In the end. It's like all the buzzword going on to 2 years. And the thing is, it makes me think. So many of the people that are happy doing online. Not dying. Well, people come towards it. They're the ones sent to the track. There'll be no one going on to the corner. The state doesn't know that they exist. With the third party work. But I mean, I'm sure this is not news, is it? You know,
cash flash.
Were you on desk?
No, I was fortunately just on my way into work. I was at Upminster Station.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, it's quite quick to come here then. Isn't it that line?
It is, but I had to go via the sea.
Oh.
So it was
And that's out of...
yeah, it was like a 20-minute walk from Trafford Hundreds.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
And then I had to run to catch a bus. And only just did it all.
Are you going back to the scene afterwards?
Nah, heading to the studio because I think that we're about to cancel a few interviews. That if I don't go back, it might be a bit of bother.
Happy?
I thought it was going to start raining a minute ago. I was like, no, please, no. Not now. I just don't want it to rain for spend the day at the hospital unit.
Is that what you're doing the days?
Yeah.
Hi guys, I'm Dave from the Essex Police Press Office. Just to let you know, the Deputy Chief Constable Pippa Mills will be out shortly. She'll read a statement and then she'll answer a handful of questions, maybe 4 or 5 questions. Alright, does that sound good? No, it's just going to be the statement and then a few questions. Alright, so she'll be out in about 5 minutes or so. Her name is Deputy Chief Constable Pippa Mills. Pippa Mills.
Deputy Chief Constable. Tomo. Alright, mate.
Poor Dave, I was with him yesterday. Been up I think that's a good backup. Kick it over.
I suppose if you get some sense of what one of the nationals, you might say something about nationalities. Chances are we're the same nationalities. We don't at the moment. How are you?
No.
You sound a bit cold.
Yeah. Really suffering.
Compared to where you were? Health-wise, that's all.
No, I'm alright. That's rude. You don't want it?
I've got a mic on for you.
Right. You're not worried about your reverse?
If you could film it, that'd be great.
What questions? Right.
Only because they want to film it on the phone.
Pick up on that mic. You want another mic?
Only got
to. We're joining the sitting down crew.
You're making it tough for somebody else just not holding my mic.
Well, blimey.
No, not really. Struggle a bit. She'll have to turn right round. Behind Tessa will do the job. Front of the sandbag.
I'll go next to Tess.
Yeah, we'll stand.
Oh, really? That's why you got the best seat. Yeah.
I just clicked send on an FOI request, so my email was just full of stuff. My call off the desk before the email got through to him saying,
Yeah, I got a call and my boss was like, you're going to have this. got messy. I put it on that.
Yeah.
The black one cover through yet.
Oh dear.
Stop minding about that horrible thing to say.
The thing is, when you, I notice that's better when you get sort of press release preparing it's like murder in Grays, it's usually like not going to be any interest. Yeah.
Are you going to the...
I've been there already. They've sealed it off with like a big green.
There's a big screen.
Yeah. I've obviously been there with snappers as well.
Is it behind the helicopters up?
It's near. It's like in an industrial bit. It's not near. Yeah, it's sort of round the back of here. It's not. It's not near it, but it's sort of like.
If you go down that road.
Yeah, like 5 minutes from it. On the shadow of the infill there. Helicopter up a few bits, but now you can't. Just about see the scene of the forensics. Chief above will put the phone up before too long.
I guess that was less likely than the one.
Done the Alan Sugar thing on Monday.
Oh, was that you?
Yeah. John came up for something he went before they actually did the crimes. Went over in detail. Who else was there? Alex was there as well.
Oh, from the Echo. Saw him about 2 years as well. They were a little while.
Guilty though, yeah.
That's the main thing. It's very quick.
I said that's where the lorry comes from.
Yeah.
All the way. Oh, way up. Closer, please.
Good morning. My name is Pippa Mills and I'm the Deputy Chief Constable in Essex Police. I'd like to read a statement to update you on a live murder investigation being led by the force following the tragic discovery of 39 bodies inside a lorry container this morning. Shortly before 1:40 a.m. today, we received reports that a number of people had been found inside a lorry's container at the Waterglade Industrial Park on Eastern Avenue in Grays. We believe the lorry is from Bulgaria and came into the UK through Holyhead on the 19th of October. Emergency services attended, but sadly all 39 people inside the container had died. Early indications suggest that one of these people was a teenager, the rest are believed to be adults. A murder investigation was launched and the lorry driver, a 25-year-old man from Northern Ireland, was arrested on suspicion of murder and remains in police custody. At this stage we have not identified where the victims are from or their identities, and we anticipate this could be a lengthy process. I would like to thank the local community and in particular those who have been directly affected by the police cordon at the industrial site. Thank you for your cooperation and I appreciate the impact the road closure will have on businesses within the cordon. I'm unable to say at this stage how long the cordon will be in place, but please let me reassure you that my officers and partners will be doing everything they can to release the scene as soon as possible. This is an absolute tragedy and very sad day for Essex Police and the local community. We will continue to work alongside many other partner agencies to find out what led to these deaths. I'd like to appeal for anyone who has any information to contact my officers at the Major Investigation Team on 101 or by visiting our Essex Police website. We will update all of our channels as we're able to, but please appreciate we're in the early stages of what is likely to be a lengthy investigation.
Was there any indication at all about the nationality of these people? I appreciate it's early days in terms of identification.
Not at this stage, and obviously the identification of the victims remains our -- 1 priority. So that will be taking place.
What led you to go to the scene to investigate?
We received a call from the ambulance service taking us to the scene.
Why were they alerted to that? Who raised the alarm?
I'm not sure of that information at this point in time.
The lorry was refrigerated at all?
Not at this point in time.
Officer, can you tell us a bit more information about the pathway of the lorry? You said that it came through Holyhead and was Bulgarian. Do you know how the lorry entered Ireland? Do you have any dates? Any?
So as I've said, it's the early stages of the investigation, but obviously that will be a key line of inquiry. And as I've said, if anyone's got any information relating to that lorry and its movement since entering the country on the 19th of October, then please do contact us on 101.
At what stage are you at with the operation of removing and dealing with those bodies at home?
It's very early stages. It's a complex scene, and we've got expert officers working with partners at the scene to identify and the best way forward to do that.
Are they male or female or both victims?
Go on. In terms of the identification of those individuals, not in a position to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid that's all we're going to have time for this morning. Thank you very much for attending here. As soon as we have updates, we'll make them available to you.
The name, please.
Are police assuming this is human smuggling? I mean, is this 100%
Sorry,
human
which
trafficking?
name?
Your name.
Deputy Chief Constable Pippa Mills. Thank you.
So can the Minister set out a timetable of when he will finish these consultations, implement the Commission's recommendations, so the electorate has faith in where funding comes from for our elections in this country?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the constructive tone with which the members put his question. We look to publish the consultation itself over the coming months, and we'll be engaging with a range of stakeholders, including political parties, because we need to make sure that the system we come up with is not only robust but is also fair, but also allows those who just want to stand up for their own community and engage in our democratic process to do so without having to consult lawyers to be able to take part.
My honourable friend will be aware that Facebook have recently withdrawn 4 different networks who were thought to have interfered with elections in the United States and in Israel and maybe, we don't know, Mr. Speaker, the United Kingdom. Does he think that's a good move or an irrelevant move by Facebook?
Well, certainly we welcome any moves being taken by the social media giants to try and remove those who are looking to distort information or to inappropriately influence elections. Of course, as part of the consultation we're looking to take forward, we will try and achieve some consensus about how we can have a modern and up-to-date set of rules that ensures people can't go online to try and sidestep rules that are very strong in the physical world.
Smith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm how many convictions there were for polling station fraud last year? Exactly how many? None.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say, it perhaps would have been better asking that supplementary on the next question. But I would just say that building confidence in our electoral system, it's vital we tackle a range of issues. And if he wants to see what happens when people's democratic rights are stolen via electoral fraud, he should talk to his honourable friend, the member for Poplar and Limehouse.
Alex Norris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with your permission, I will take questions 2, 3 and 10 together. Voters deserve to have confidence in our democracy, so we will legislate to introduce voter ID in line with Northern Ireland and many other nations to provide greater security for postal and to provide greater security for postal and proxy votes. The pilots and experience in Northern Ireland showed no adverse effect on turnout.
Norris.
Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 years in pilot areas, more than 1,000 people have lost their chance to vote due to ID requirements. That's more than 30 times the allegations of polling station fraud across the whole country. Once this pilot is rolled out, thousands upon thousands of people will lose their right to vote, a disproportionate response. Isn't the reality that this is just US-style voter suppression?
Well, I say to you, Honourable Gentleman, my wife is Canadian, and when I first went to vote with her, she found it extraordinary that people could turn up at the voting ballot box without any form of identification. This is what happens in Canada, in Switzerland, in France, other advanced democracies. As to the point about lower turnout, in fact, in the pilots we undertook, over 99% of people who wished to vote were able to do so.
Bob Seeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome government plans, but do they go far enough? In 1938, the United States introduced the Foreign Agents Registration Act to protect that country against foreign and malign foreign covert interference from malign states. Just last year in Australia, the same act was passed. Does he think we need a FARA in this country? Thank you.
Well, I think the honourable gentleman raises an important point. The Home Office is reviewing legislation related to hostile state activity following the Salisbury attacks. This is a thorough process to assess whether additional powers are required to clamp down on the activities of hostile states that threaten the UK here and overseas. As part of this, we are considering like-minded international partners' legislation to see whether the UK would benefit from adopting something similar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome voter ID. It's commonplace in many democracies. But for those who don't have an existing form of ID, such as a driving licence, what provisions are the government proposing?
Well, my honourable friend raises a very important point. That's why local authorities will provide voters who lack the required ID with an alternative ID free of charge to ensure that everyone eligible to vote has the opportunity to do so.
Sir Vincent Cable.
Isn't the inevitable consequence of creating this obstacle to voting in person that anybody who wants to cheat the system will simply migrate to postal and proxy voting where fraud is easy?
I don't quite understand why the right honourable gentleman is worried about a measure which is designed to enhance the integrity of our voting system. Any member of the public needs to produce identification, for example, to pick up a parcel or to pick up a book from the library. So why shouldn't they produce some identification to engage in the act of voting?
Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We seem to be importing a lot from across the pond. If it's not Trumpian trade deals, weakening workers' protections and opening our NHS up to further privatisation, it's repressive voter ID laws that are well used by right-wing Republicans as an act of voter suppression. Is the Minister ashamed to be part of a government that is learning lessons from the US Republican Party on voter suppression? And can I ask the Minister, how many convictions has there been for in-person voter fraud in the last year?
Well, I say to the honourable lady, we're not following the example of the United States. We're following the example set by the last Labour government, which in 2003 introduced voter identification, photographic voter identification, and it had no discernible impact on turnout.
Charles Watling. 4, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will take questions 4 and 5 together. This government is committed to strengthening the links between the 4 nations of the Union. The Prime Minister is taking personal charge as Minister for the Union, supported by the Cabinet Office. We have boosted spending across the Union, including a further £300 million of new growth deal funding, which will open up opportunities for cities and regions across Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Watling. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are arguably the greatest union that the world has ever seen. We have done so much for mankind and democracy across the world for generations. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that we would be foolish to throw away this most valuable of unions on what I believe is a passing whim?
Well, as ever, I agree with my honourable friend. I'm very pleased to see that his powers of oration have not dimmed. Ours is the most successful political and economic union in history. Our 4 nations are safer, stronger and more prosperous together. We are deeply committed to keeping our family of nations together.
Anybody would think that the honourable gentleman member for Clacton had once been an actor. Luke Graham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On a week that we've seen a poll indicate more those supporting independence coming to support the union, can my honourable friend tell me what work he's doing to build on the last administration's work to get UK departments engaging with the devolved nations and getting more of a presence in those devolved nations?
Well, my honourable friend raises a very important point. We have introduced new measures to ensure that union and devolved matters are being properly considered as part of the process for developing and agreeing government policy. And Lord Dunlop's independent review of UK government capability will also report in the autumn and make recommendations on how UK government structures can continue to strengthen the working of the union.
Yeah, man. Mr. Speaker, this isn't the time for yardbrew politics. This is the most serious question. It's a serious question because many experts outside of this House believe we are on course for a break-up of the United Kingdom because of the way in which this government is handling the European Union and Brexit. Is he not worried about that?
Well, I would think the honourable gentleman would be greatly heartened by the fact that the Prime Minister has finally agreed a deal, and a deal that has been voted for by this House last night, that enables a smooth transition out of the European Union, which will do a great deal to enhance our union.
Speaker, the government's confidence and supply arrangement with the DUP says that the government will never be neutral expressing its support for the union, that the DUP will support the government in all legislation pertaining to Brexit, and that the arrangement will be reviewed after each parliamentary session. So can he update us on all 3 points, please?
I really find the approach of the Nationalist Party quite extraordinary, really quite extraordinary. I voted Remain, and I accept the outcome of that referendum and have supported it at every stage. The party opposite seem to want to do two things. They want to ignore both referendums and dive us into next year, in 2020, having 2 further referendums. It's the last thing the people of this country would want to see.
Oh, very well. Richard Graham.
Does the Minister agree with me that in terms of strengthening the Union, it is very important to have a close dialogue with communities in Northern Ireland about how the detail of the new arrangements for trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland would work in order to reassure them?
Well, my honourable friend raised a very important point, and that is exactly the commitment that the Prime Minister has given.
Tommy Shepherd.
Yeah. Back in the Scottish referendum of 2014, the winning side promised that Scotland's views would not be ignored in the Union. And yet, on the matter that has consumed British politics for the last 4 years, the opinions of the Scottish people and their elected representatives have been consistently sidelined. The Minister will know that this has driven many people to reconsider their faith in the Union. Does he have any regrets at how the Conservative Party has approached this matter?
Well, the honourable gentleman talks about commitments. I remember the commitment from the leader of the Scottish Nationals in Scotland, who said it was once in a generation. As to how many people voted for it, more people voted to leave in Scotland than voted for the Scottish Nationalist Party.
Christian Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the government threw the DUP and every unionist in Northern Ireland under a bus. Presumably it was the same bus with lies on the side about NHS funding in the EU that the Chancellor spent so much of 2016 riding around the country in. They're providing sackfuls of ammunition to the SNP to promote their referendum for independence campaign. So I ask the Minister, why is it that they're more concerned with Brexit than they are with maintaining the integrity of the United Kingdom?
This government remains committed to maintaining the unity of our United Kingdom. That's why the Prime Minister has negotiated a deal which enables Northern Ireland to leave the customs union alongside the rest of the United Kingdom, and has a consent mechanism for the arrangements that are included in that treaty.
Julie Elliott. James Cartledge. Minister James Cleverly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I will take questions 7, 13 and 14 together. Making sure business and the public are ready for Brexit is a priority of the government. That is why the Prime Minister negotiated a new withdrawal agreement with the EU, which will end the uncertainty, secure an implementation period, and ensure we leave in a business-friendly deal. Yesterday, the House backed the Prime Minister's deal, but voted to delay Brexit and extend uncertainty for business and citizens alike. As the EU has not responded to Parliament's letter, the only responsible course of action now is to accelerate preparations for a no-deal outcome. The Government's Exit Operations Committee is now meeting 7 days a week. We will maintain our public information campaign, and ministers and officials will continue to meet with businesses of all sizes to provide advice and guidance and build upon the thousands of businesses and other stakeholder engagements already recorded.
In my last exchange with the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, I asked him about what steps will be taken to support firms and farms affected by a no deal, and he set out the plans for Operation Kingfisher. Can I now ask how much funding will be set aside for Operation Kingfisher?
Thank you, Honourable Friend. We continue to work closely with the farming sector to ensure that they are fully prepared for when the UK leaves the EU. We have pledged to continue the same cash total in funds for farm support until the end of this Parliament, and we will do whatever is necessary to protect our farming communities.
Speaker, in the light of yesterday's vote, should businesses in Rugby accelerate their own preparations for leaving the EU without a deal?
The Government has always made it clear our preferred option is to leave with a deal. We could have done that in a timely manner had this House not voted for delay. But until we have certainty, the only credible thing and reasonable thing for businesses to do is to continue to prepare for a no-deal Brexit.
Stephen Hammond. Recently visited a number of small companies in my constituency who welcome that there is advice now from the government, but say that much of this advice is vague and non-specific. Could I ask my honourable friend to ask his civil servants to work to make sure that the advice is made more specific?
I will pass on his comments to our officials. I'm very proud to say that the Preparing for Brexit page on the .gov website is the highest trafficked page, but there is always more that we can do to ensure that specific information is passed on to businesses, and I will ensure that's passed on to our officials.
Go next to Jake.
Tom Bray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Minister confirm that for the no-deal preparations in relation to the port of Portsmouth, that 3 companies of soldiers are on standby and 180 police? And if that is correct, how many more troops are put on standby for remaining ports and police for remaining ports around the country?
Mr. Speaker, I have to confess the details that he highlights are not known to me, and if you'd like to furnish me with that information, I am more than happy to look at it. The broader point I would make is that the government is taking the appropriate action to ensure that we can leave without a deal if needs be. As I say, that has never been the government's preferred option, and we could have been in a position to leave with a deal widely welcomed by businesses and communities across the United Kingdom if he and others had not voted to prevent it.
Leslie.
I wonder if the Minister still has that clock on his wall that he famously pointed at, counting down to the 31st of October. Is that still working? Did the government pay for that? Did he provide for that himself?
I, of course, don't answer questions from a dispatch box in my capacity as chairman of the Conservative Party, but if you'll indulge me, Mr. Speaker, that clock was not paid for out of public funds, and had members across this House not voted to delay Brexit, we would have left on time, with a deal, and in good order.
John Trickey.
Mr. Speaker, and the Minister continues to emphasise preparations for no deal, but did he not see in the paper yesterday a civil servant describing Yellowhammer as in effect the most expensive but failed bullying exercise in the whole of British history, designed to frighten MPs into supporting a rotten Tory deal? Does he agree that there can be no justification for no deal once the EU in the next few days extends Article 50, and under those circumstances, will the Minister for No Deal then declare himself redundant and send the civil service back to do their proper jobs?
Ministers that dispatch box answer questions on behalf of the government, not on behalf of civil servants. And the point that I would make is that preparing for a no-deal Brexit is the pragmatic and sensible thing for this government to do. If he is so concerned about a no-deal Brexit, he could and should have voted in a way that ensured we left with a deal that works for the whole of the UK on the 31st of October. He chose not to.
Order. Topical questions. Carol Monaghan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Topical one, please.
The Chancellor of the Duchy, Minister of the Cabinet Office, Mr. Michael Gove.
Mr. Speaker, it is my responsibility to prepare this country for Brexit. I'm delighted that so many Democrats across the House voted for the second reading of the withdrawal bill last night, and the universal cry from across this country is please get Brexit done.
Carol Monaghan.
I think it would depend which nation in this country we're talking about. Mr. Speaker, at a recent meeting of the Scottish Parliament's Finance and Constitution Committee, the Chancellor of the Duchy confirmed that as part of his government's deal, Northern Irish businesses would have easier access to the European single market than Scottish businesses. Can he confirm how much this clear competitive advantage will cause, clear competitive disadvantage will cost Scottish business?
Scotland's businesses benefit from being part of our United Kingdom. And I would gently remind the Honourable Lady, as was pointed out by the Minister for the Cabinet Office earlier, more Scots voted to leave the European Union than voted for the Scottish Nationalist Party at the last general election.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With the government being the largest client to the construction industry, will the Minister support a private member's bill, similar to the 10-minute rule bill that I introduced in the last session, to outlaw the abuse of retentions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know how much work my honourable friend has put into that particular issue. The government has consulted on ways of preventing the loss of retention payments due to abuse or supplier insolvency. We continue to work with the industry and its clients to develop measures which will achieve this aim, and I very much hope my honourable friend will help us in that process.
Dr. Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 181 victims have died since the start of the contaminated blood inquiry. So when will this government accept the responsibility for the worst scandal in the NHS and pay compensation to surviving victims and bereaved families?
Well, the Honourable Lady raises a very important point. The infected blood inquiry is a priority for the government. It is extremely important that all those who've suffered so terribly can get the answers they've spent decades waiting for. As to the point of compensation, the government has always made it clear that we'll wait for the determination of legal liability to which the inquiry's determinations relate, and then make a determination off the back of that.
Green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Mayor of Greater Manchester is the Police and Crime Commissioner, has responsibility for the Greater Manchester Spatial Framework, and has responsibility for health and social care devolution. London has an assembly to challenge the Mayor. What mechanism is there in Greater Manchester?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as part of delivering our Northern Powerhouse, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has committed to 100% devolution across the north of England. But in Greater Manchester, power must come with responsibility, and that is why last May the people of Bolton threw off the yoke of their Labour Council after 40 years. The new Conservative leader, David Greenhouse, will end Andy Burnham's era of impunity.
Stephen Gethins.
Mr. Speaker, the withdrawal agreement will have the most profound effect on devolution. And I don't trust the Tories with devolution. So does he agree with the First Ministers of Wales and Scotland meeting across the road that they must give legislative consent?
Well, it's very interesting to hear from the Honourable Gentleman. He doesn't believe in devolution. He believes in smashing up our United Kingdom. So I will take no lectures from him on making our UK institutions work in the interests of all.
Pauline Latham.
Derby's only a short train ride from London and is a welcoming city for business. Would my right honourable friend please see which government departments could be moved out of expensive accommodation in London to much better value for money offices in Derby?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. Very grateful to speak to my honourable friend's reference. We recognise the strength of the East Midlands presents, and we're working with stakeholders from her own local enterprise partnership, D2N2, to explore opportunities for role relocation in this area.
Mary Glindon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Previous government offers to reduce the pension age of prison officers have included unrelated changes to their terms and conditions, such as a derogatory 3-year pay deal. Will the Minister agree to sit round the table with the POA union to negotiate this issue solely on its own?
Well, we continue to engage with the Prison Officers Union, but I'd be happy to meet any people who wish to discuss this.
Rachel McLean.
Can the Minister set out what steps he's taking to improve access to wireless internet at hospitals and operating theatres?
Well, the Cabinet Office works across all government departments to help drive the government's commitments, including to ensure the rollout of broadband across the United Kingdom, and I'm working with the Department of Health on that.
Kerry McCarthy.
Yellowhammer identified possible food shortages and food price rises that would have a disproportionate impact on vulnerable groups. Can the Minister tell us what work they're doing with schools, hospitals and frontline charities to make sure this isn't an issue?
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady. I know how seriously she takes these issues, and it is the case that through the EXO Committee we're working with local resilience for and indeed we're working with the Department of Education, the Department of Health and Social Care and the Department of Work and Pensions in order to ensure that vulnerable groups are protected come what may.
Amber Rudd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Existing electoral law seeks to control the spending and supervise the message whenever we go into elections. But does my right honourable friend share my concern that it may not be adequate to control and supervise the advertising and campaigning that takes place on social media, where most of our constituents are more likely to get the message and where it is so important to ensure adequate controls?
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my right honourable friend's concerns, and of course we're launching the consultation next year around electoral funding that I've already outlined in this session, and also looking to bring in digital imprint so that electors are very well aware of who is targeting them on social media.
Questions to the Prime Minister. Dr. Rupa Haq.
Number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
E. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the whole House will be shocked by the appalling news that 39 bodies have been discovered in a lorry container in Essex. This is an unimaginable tragedy and truly heartbreaking. I know that the thoughts and prayers of all members are with those who lost their lives and their loved ones. I'm receiving regular updates, and the Home Office will work closely with Essex Police as we establish exactly what has happened. And my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, will be making an oral statement immediately after these questions. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Dr. Rupa Haq.
Mr. Speaker, can I completely associate myself with the remarks the Prime Minister made about the tragedy in Essex? I don't normally do that, but on this occasion I completely am with him. Good to see the PM at PMQs. In nearly 100 days, I think until today, he'd only ever done one. The Prime Minister has, we all know, a long list of shortcomings. So could he do something? So please, could he do something about one that he does have some control of, and get rid of Dominic Cummings?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think I'll try to reply with the generosity of spirit that she would expect from me, and just say that I receive excellent advice from a wide range of advisors and officials, and it is the role of advisors to advise and of government to decide, and I take full responsibility for everything that this government does.
Patrick McLaughlin.
My right honourable friend achieved what many said was impossible and negotiated a new Brexit deal which passed through this House last night. Does the Prime Minister share my regret that many in the party opposite, including the Leader of the Opposition, voted to delay us leaving with a deal on October the 31st once again? Not least after what he said in this House on the 22nd of February 2016, that his party welcomed the fact that it is now up to the British people to decide whether we remain in the European Union.
My right honourable friend, as so often, speaks with complete good sense, and I do think it was a remarkable thing that so many members of the House were able to come together last night and approve the second reading of the bill. I think it was a great shame that the House, as it were, willed the end, Mr. Speaker, but not the means. But there is still time for the right honourable gentleman to do that and to explain to the people of this country how he proposes to honour his promise that he made repeatedly and deliver on the will of the people and get Brexit done. And perhaps, Mr. Speaker, he will enlighten us now.
Jeremy Corbyn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join others who've offered their deep sadness at today's news of 39 people being found dead in a lorry container in Grays. Can we just think for a moment of what it must have been like for those 39 people, obviously in a desperate and dangerous situation, for their lives to end, suffocated to death in a container. This is an unbelievable human tragedy that happened in our country at this time. We obviously need to look at the whole situation and answers to what has happened there. But also, I do pay an enormous tribute to the emergency services who've gone to the scene to deal with it. All of us should just think for a moment what it's like to be a police officer or a firefighter, to open that container and have to remove 39 bodies from it and deal with them in an appropriate and humane way. We should just think for a moment of what inhumanity is done to other human beings at this terrible moment. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, before the Prime Minister decided to delay his own withdrawal bill, he promised to maintain... Let me finish. Decided to delay his own withdrawal bill. If you care to look at Hansard, you'll see what it says. He promised to maintain environmental, consumer and workers' rights. Why then did the Prime Minister have these commitments removed from the legally binding withdrawal agreement?
Mr. Speaker, I don't think we could have been clearer yesterday in our commitment to have the highest possible standards for workers' rights, for environmental standards, and indeed, I think one of the things that brought the House together was the knowledge that as we go forward and build our future partnership with the EU, it will always be open to members on all sides of the House to work together to ensure that whatever the EU comes up with, we can match and pass into the law of this country. And that, I think, commanded a lot of support and a lot of assent across the House. And I must say I find it peculiar that he now wants this bill back, because he voted against it last night, and he whipped his entire Labour Party against it. And I think it was a remarkable thing that the House successfully defied his urgings and approved that deal. What I think we would like to hear from him now is his commitment to getting Brexit done. That is what the public want to hear. And I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, they are worried that all he wants is a second referendum.
Jeremy Corbyn. The Prime Minister doesn't answer the question I put to him, which was about environmental, consumer and workers' rights. And I'm not surprised because... I'm not surprised, Mr. Speaker, because he once said employment regulation was backbreaking, and he voted for the 2016 Anti-Trade Union Act, which stripped away employment protections, and the provisions in the bill offer no real protection at all. Yesterday, in the Withdrawal Agreement Bill debate, the Prime Minister pledged that the NHS was safe in his hands. If that's the case, will he be backing our amendment today, which would undo the very damaging privatisation so much of our NHS?
Mr. Speaker, I think I must say he's showing complete ignoratio elenchi, as we say, complete failure to study what we actually passed last night in that historic agreement. It is very, very clear that it is open to this House to do better where it chooses on animal welfare standards or on social protection, as indeed this country very often does. We lead the way. We are a groundbreaker. We are a groundbreaker, Mr. Speaker. We are a groundbreaker in this country, and I'm afraid to say that the Right Honourable Gentleman has no other purpose in seeking to frustrate Brexit than to cause a second referendum. As for the NHS, Mr. Speaker, as for the NHS, this is the party whose sound management of the economy took this country back from the abyss and enabled us to spend another £34 billion on the NHS, a record investment. And Mr. Speaker, as I promised on the steps of Downing Street, to begin the upgrade of 20 hospitals, and as a result of the commitments this country is making, this government is making, 40 new hospitals, Mr. Speaker, will be built in the next 10 years. That is this party's commitment to the NHS.
Order, Mr. Russell Moyle, you are an incorrigible individual. Yelling from a sedentary position at the top of your voice at every turn. Calm yourself, man. Take some sort of soothing medicament from which you will benefit. Mr. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 questions, and we're still waiting for an answer. Although we could do with a translation of the first part of his response. I hate to break it to the Prime Minister, but under his government and that of his predecessor, privatisation has more than doubled to £10 billion in our NHS. There are currently 20 NHS contracts out to tender. And when he's promised 40 hospitals, he then reduced that to 20, and then it turns out that reconfiguration is taking place in just 6 hospitals. And so these numbers keep tumbling down of his unfunded spending commitments that he liberally makes around the country. The Prime Minister continues to say that he will exclude our NHS from being up for grabs in future trade deals. Can he point to which clause in the withdrawal agreement bill secures that?
Mr. Speaker, I must say to him that he is completely wrong in what he says about privatisation of the NHS, and I must resist this, because those 40 new hospitals, those 47,000 extra clinical staff, including 17,000 nurses, they weren't paid for out of private funds, Mr. Speaker. They were paid for by the NHS. And the reason we're able to pay for them is because this party and this government believes in sound management of the economy, not recklessly putting up corporation tax, not recklessly wrecking the economy in the way that renationalising companies in the way that he would do. And he asks about the NHS in any future free trade deal, and I understand his visceral dislike of America and his visceral dislike, and I understand his visceral dislike of free trade.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I actually asked the Prime Minister which clause in the bill protects our NHS, and obviously there's time for him to help us with an answer on that. He should also be aware that there's no public capital allocations made for the funding commitments that he's announced. All he said is there's seed funding. I'm not sure what seed funding is, but it doesn't sound like the commitment that we were seeking, and it sounds awfully like private finance going into the NHS in order to deal with the issues it faces. Mr. Speaker, less than 1 year ago, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, that any regulatory checks and custom controls between Great Britain and Northern Ireland would damage the fabric of the Union. Given that this deal clearly does damage the fabric of the Union, does he still agree with himself?
Mr. Speaker, I believe that, and I know that this was raised many times in the House yesterday, I believe that the Union is preserved, and indeed we are able to go forward together as one United Kingdom and do free trade deals in a way that would have been impossible under previous deals. This is a great advance for the whole of the UK, and we intend to develop that together with our friends in Northern Ireland. But I must say to the right honourable gentleman, and indeed his colleagues on the front bench, that I think it's a bit rich, Mr. Speaker, to hear from him about his sentimental attachment to the fabric of the union between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, when he has spent most of his political lifetime supporting the IRA and those who would destroy it by violence.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has a habit of not answering any questions that's put to him. Northern Ireland will remain on single market rules within the EU on goods and agricultural products. The rest of the UK will not. As the Honourable Member for East Antrim pointed out yesterday, it does create a very real border down the Irish Sea, something he said in terms to a DUP conference he would never do. And it wasn't that long ago. It may be when he was trying to become the Tory party leader that he said that. The Prime Minister told the House on Saturday there would be no checks on goods moving between Northern Ireland and Great Britain. Yet yesterday, the Brexit Secretary confirmed to the Lords European Union Committee that Northern Irish businesses sending goods to Britain would have to complete export declaration forms. Is the Prime Minister right on this, or is the Brexit Secretary right on this? They can't both be right.
Mr. Speaker, let's be absolutely clear that the United Kingdom is preserved whole and entire by these arrangements, and indeed the whole of the UK will be allowed to come out of the European Union Customs Union so that we can do free trade deals together. There will be no checks between Northern Ireland and GB, and there will be no tariffs. There will be no tariffs between Northern Ireland and there will be no tariffs between Northern Ireland and GB, because we have protected the customs union. And I may say, Mr. Speaker, this lachrymose defence of the union, as I say, comes a little ill from somebody who not only campaigned to break up the union between Great Britain and Northern Ireland by his support of the IRA, but who also, Mr. Speaker, wants to spend the whole of the next year in a referendum not just on the EU, but another referendum on Scotland, Mr. Speaker. That's what he wants. This is a threat to our United Kingdom on the Labour front bench.
Mr. Speaker, I really do wonder if the Prime Minister has read Clause 21 of his own bill. The Good Friday Agreement was one of the greatest achievements of this House, led by a Labour government at that time. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister unlawfully prorogued Parliament. He said he would refuse to comply with the law. He threw Northern Ireland under a bus. He ripped up protections for workers' rights and environmental standards, lost every vote along the way, and tried to prevent genuine democratic scrutiny and debate. He once said the whole withdrawal bill, as signed by the previous Prime Minister, is a terrible treaty. And yet this deal is even worse than that. Even if he's not that familiar with it, does the Prime Minister accept that Parliament should have the necessary time to improve on this worse than terrible treaty?
Mr. Speaker, it is this government and this party that delivers on the mandate of the people. And I listened carefully to what the right honourable gentleman just said, but he said it before, Mr. Speaker. They said that we couldn't open the withdrawal agreement, and we did. They said we couldn't get rid of the backstop, and we did. They said we couldn't get a new deal, Mr. Speaker, and we did. And then they said that we'd never get it through Parliament. And they did their utmost, didn't they? They did their utmost to stop it going through Parliament. And we got it through Parliament last night, Mr. Speaker. And this is the party and this is the government party and this is the government that delivers on its promises. We said we would put 20,000 more police officers on the streets of this country, and we are. We said we'd upgrade 20 hospitals, and we are. We said we'd uplift education funding around the whole country, and even more than that, Mr. Speaker, we are increasing the minimum wage, increasing the living wage by the biggest amount since its inception. This is the party, Mr. Speaker, that delivers on Brexit and delivers on the priorities of the British people.
Order. There will be more, of that colleagues can be entirely assured. Closed question, Martin Vickers.
Number 6, Mr. Speaker. Well done.
Mr. Speaker, we will invest in infrastructure in every corner of the UK, including £13 billion on transport in the north of the country.
Martin Vickers.
I thank my right honourable friend for his reply. One thing that would encourage investment in northern Lincolnshire and boost the local economy is free port status for the Humber ports, and improved access to those ports by an upgrade to the A15 between Lincoln and the A180 and improved east-west rail freight connections. Could my right honourable friend confirm support for those proposals?
I can indeed, Mr. Speaker, confirm support for those proposals, and I well remember meeting my honourable friend and his constituents in the corridor, I think, in Portcullis House, when they raised with me, in addition, the issue of the crossing of the railway line at Suggett's Lane, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to assure my honourable friend that Suggett's Lane is never far from my thoughts, and I have undertakings from the Department of Transport that they will seek to find a solution, a safe means for pedestrians to cross the railway line at Suggett's Lane, in addition to the other pledges I've made to him today.
Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The loss of life that we've learned about this morning in Essex, 39 people that have been taken from this earth, should distress us all. And the fact that this should happen in the United Kingdom, we need to dwell on. That people put themselves in such situation in the search of a better life. And we must not just brush this off as an incident. We have to learn the lessons as to why this has happened. Our thoughts and prayers must be with everyone. And those from the emergency services that have had to avail themselves of this most shocking sight this morning. We must not just have warm words today, and that's the end of it. As a humanity, we must learn from this terrible, terrible tragedy. Mr. Speaker, within the last hour, the First Ministers of Scotland and Wales joined forces to oppose the Tory government's damaging Brexit bill. A bill that risks jobs, opportunities and our entire economic future. Mr. Speaker, Scotland did not vote for this toxic Tory Brexit or any Brexit. It voted overwhelmingly to remain. Will the Prime Minister stop ignoring Scotland and confirm today that he will not allow this legislation to pass unless consent is given by the Scottish Parliament? Yes or no, Prime Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I note very carefully what the Right Honourable Gentleman had to say, but as he knows, the Scottish Parliament has no role in approving this deal. On the contrary, it is up to the people of this, up to the members of this Parliament to approve the deal. I'm delighted to say that they did. It didn't proceed, I think, with the support of many Scottish nationalist MPs, or any of them. But if he really still disagrees with this deal and he disagrees about the way forward, then can I propose to him that he has a word with other opposition parties and he joins our support for a general election to settle the matter.
Ian Blackford.
Well, there we have it, Mr. Speaker. The legislative consent that the Scottish Parliament is asked is meaningless in the Prime Minister's eyes. So much for the respect agenda, so much for the message in 2014 that we were to lead the United Kingdom, that this was a union of equals, torn asunder by the disrespect of this Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, well, they don't like the truth, but the people of Scotland have heard it from the Prime Minister today. Our Parliament doesn't matter. That's what this Prime Minister thinks of our government in Scotland. Mr. Speaker, last night the Prime Minister was yet again defeated by this House. The Prime Minister said he would pull his bill. He hasn't. He wants Scotland to trust him, but how can we? Fired twice for lying, found unlawful by the courts. The Prime Minister has sold Scotland out time and time again. Parliament, Scotland, cannot trust this Prime Minister. If the Prime Minister so desperately wants an election, Europe is willing and waiting. What's stopping him? He must now secure a meaningful extension and bring on a general election. Let the Scottish people decide our future in Scotland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what an exciting development. Perhaps he might pass some of his courage down the line. But on the point that he raises, Mr. Speaker, about our commitment to the Union, he should know that thanks to Scotland's membership of the Union, Scotland this year receives the biggest ever block grant, 1.2 billion, 200 million more secured for Scottish farming, thanks to the hard work of Scottish Conservative MPs, Mr. Speaker. And who is letting down Scotland? It is the SNP with their lackadaisical government, the highest taxes anywhere in the UK, declining educational standards, inadequate healthcare, and a European policy, a policy that would take the Scotland back into the EU and hand back control of Scotland's fish to Brussels. If that's their manifesto, Mr. Speaker, then I look forward to contesting it with them at the polls.
Sir David Amis.
When my right honourable friend was seeking to become leader of the Conservative Party, I was possibly the only one of our colleagues who asked him for anything in return for their support. I'm being charitable. I asked him for three things. One, that he would get Brexit done. Two, that he would make me a duke because my wife fancies becoming a duchess. And finally, something that the leader of the opposition certainly agrees with me, that Southend becomes a city. When will these things happen?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, and grateful to him, by the way, for his support, I may say. But I can say to him that our policy remains unchanged, that we should leave the EU on October the 31st, at the end of this month. Well, we will leave the EU on October the 31st. If we can make that, if our honourable members opposite will comply, and that is what I will say to the EU, and I will report back to the House in due course. On my honourable friend's other two requests of a dukedom, a duchess and a city, can I undertake, Mr. Speaker, through your order, to report back to the House on the progress that we're making.
Mr. Barry Shearman.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the Prime Minister has seen the heartbreaking images of children being killed, mutilated, seriously injured on the Syrian border. And will he, given that the Turks are members of NATO and old allies of ours, we fought with the Kurds, they're good and trusted friends, and the United States is a major ally of ours, and he has a good relationship with Donald Trump. Will he step up to the plate and show that the British government cares about this and is willing to do something about it?
Well, I thank the right honourable gentleman, and he's absolutely right to raise this issue. And if I may say so, it is an appalling state of affairs, and the House will be aware of what is happening in northern Syria. This is something that the British government has actively deplored, and I have spoken to President Erdogan twice now, I think both last weekend and this most recent weekend, on the matter, and urged him to cease fire, urged for a standstill, and everybody, I think, in the House shares the right honourable gentleman's feelings about the loss of civilian life. It is particularly unsettling to see some of our close allies at variance in this matter. So the UK is working very closely now, as he would expect, with our French and German friends to try to bring an understanding to President Erdogan of the risks that we think this policy is running, and of course to persuade our American friends that we cannot simply turn a blind eye to what is happening in Syria. And he is entirely correct in what he said.
Jackie Doyle-Price.
I'm grateful for the comments made by members about the tragic events that have unfolded in my constituency this morning. To put 39 people into a locked metal container shows a contempt for human life that is evil. And the best thing we can do in memory of those victims is to find the perpetrators and bring them to justice. But would my right honourable friend join me in paying tribute to all those who attended the scene this morning that showed incredible leadership and professionalism? And let's remember, the scenes they witnessed will stay with them forever.
Prime Minister.
I entirely agree with what my honourable friend has said, and indeed what other colleagues already in this chamber have said today. It is hard to put ourselves in the shoes of those emergency services, as the right honourable gentleman opposite said, as they were asked to open that container and to expose the appalling crime that had taken place. And I must say, I do share her strong desire now that the perpetrators of that crime, and indeed all those who engage in similar activity, because we know that this trade is going on, all such traders in human beings should be hunted down and brought to justice.
Brendan O'Hara.
Mr. Speaker, in a dispute, diametrically opposing outcomes cannot be equally beneficial for both sides. So if the Prime Minister's great deal is so good for Northern Ireland seafood producers, allowing them access to the single market and the customs union, how would he describe his deal for the shellfish producers of my Argyll and Bute constituency, who fish in the same waters for exactly the same catch, but do not have access to the single market and the customs union? One has a great deal. What does the other one have?
Mr. Speaker, that I can tell that the honourable gentleman that, of course, the fishing communities of Scotland have a fantastic opportunity by the end of next year to take back control of their entire coastal waters, all 200 miles, and to manage their fisheries in the interests of Scotland, and thereby to drive, if I may say so, an even better deal for even better access to European markets. And that is an opportunity that will be wantonly thrown away, Mr. Speaker, by the abject, servile policy of the SNP, who would hand back control of Scottish fishing to Brussels.
Mr. Kenneth Clark.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday my right honourable friend achieved the first landmark of his premiership by getting this House to vote by a comfortable majority in favour of Brexit. And if he now proceeds in the reasonable and statesmanlike way I would hope for, then he can go on in a month or two's time to actually deliver Brexit before having a general election on the sensible basis of a mandate for a government on the fuller negotiations that will follow. So will my right honourable friend firstly get over his disappointment and accept that October the 31st is now Halloween, it is devoid of any symbolic or political content and will fade away into historical memory very rapidly. So will he, having reflected, let us know that he's about to table a reasonable timetable motion so that this House can complete the task of finalising the details of the withdrawal bill so we can move on a basis which might begin to reunite the nation once again for the future.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend makes a very reasonable case. Alas, we cannot now know what the EU will do in response to the request from Parliament. I stress it wasn't my request, but a request from Parliament to ask for a delay. We are awaiting, Mr. Speaker, their reaction to Parliament's request for a delay. I think myself, I must respectfully disagree with my right honourable friend, perhaps not for the first time. I think it would still be very much in the best interest of this country and of democracy to get Brexit done by October the 31st. I will wait to see what our EU friends and partners say in response both to the request for a delay from Parliament and also to the insistence by Parliament that they want a delay. I don't think the people of this country want a delay. I don't want a delay. I intend to press on, but I'm afraid we now have to see what our EU friends will decide on our behalf, and that is the result of the decision that he took last night.
Jonathan Reynolds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The National Farmers Union reported this week that 16 million apples have rotted away because the immigrant workers that normally pick those for the country have chosen not to come. Now, immigration was clearly a big part of the EU referendum, and the Prime Minister has promised a points-based system, but that isn't going to allow for people coming here to pick fruit. So what does the Prime Minister intend to do to stop the scandal of British food rotting away in the fields?
Well, Mr. Speaker, to the best of my knowledge, there are more EU nationals living and working in this country than ever before, and that's in many ways a great thing. But we have, as he knows, the EU settlement scheme, national settlement scheme, to encourage people to come forward and register if they are in any doubt about their status. But also, we will be bringing forward an Australian-style points-based immigration system to make sure that all sectors have access to the labour they need.
Penny Mordaunt.
Speaker, can I congratulate the Prime Minister on achieving so many things that the establishment said were impossible? In light of that, could I ask him to instruct the Cabinet Office to examine how we can bring an end to male primogeniture and the ridiculous rules in the honours system which value women less than men, hopefully before he makes good on his undertakings to my honourable friend, the member for Southend-on-Sea?
Mr. Speaker, speaking as the oldest son who's never seen any particular benefits from that, I understand completely what she says. I will reflect on her request, and I think she speaks for many people around the country in wishing to see fairness and equality in the way we do these things.
Ronnie Cowan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are families across the United Kingdom that have children suffering from epilepsy. Many have found that medical cannabis is a great help, but they've been driven to either act unlawfully or paid huge sums of money to gain access to medical cannabis. The Secretary of State for Health stated on the 19th of March that in several months' time it will be made available. Endor Payne wrote to the Prime Minister on the 19th of September and is still to receive an answer. When will the Prime Minister take the necessary actions required to ensure those children can access medical cannabis legally and at no cost?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I understand the desperate difficulties that people who require the medical use of cannabis are going through, and of course it is, I think, right that we have changed the way we do things. The Chief Medical Officer and NHS England have made it clear that cannabis-based products can be prescribed for medicinal use. I think it must be up to doctors to decide when it is in the best interest of their patients to do so. But can I invite him, since I can tell that my answer is not satisfying, can I invite him I will take it up personally with him and also with the Secretary of State for Health so that he gets the satisfaction that he needs, and more importantly that his constituents civilian gets the reassurance that they need.
Sir Alan Duncan.
Mr. Speaker, when a high-profile person has been wrongly accused of a sexual crime and has had his livelihood and reputation destroyed, following which the police, it seems, would rather fight him in court than compensate him, might the Prime Minister consider making it clear to the police that it's their duty to address injustice rather than create and perpetuate it, and that they should pay compensation rather than waste taxpayers' money on malicious litigation designed to avoid doing so?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I completely agree with that. There is obviously a very difficult balance to be struck, because clearly we do not wish in any way to discourage the police from investigating and prosecuting offences wherever they may be, no matter how high the people in office may be. But nonetheless, where they do get it wrong, and where they have manifestly got it wrong, then there should be a duty upon the police, not just to apologise, but also to make amends.
Tim Cunningham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When is the Prime Minister going to sort out the difference between the BBC and the government in relation to his manifesto commitment in the last general election to implement free television licences for the over 75? When is something going to be done about it?
Mr. Speaker, it is up to the BBC has the funds, as the honourable gentleman knows full well. It is there, and they should be funding those free TV licences. And we continue to make that argument very vigorously with the BBC. And believe me, he asked me to put the screws on the BBC. We certainly will.
Lucy Allen.
Mr. Speaker, Telford needs its A&E and its Women and Children's Centre. It's a town that will have a population of 200,000 people within the next 10 years. A new town, a former mining town, with pockets of deprivation and poor health outcomes. And while funding is being pumped into the affluent county town of Shrewsbury, some 20 miles away, Telford is losing vital services. Will my right honourable friend reverse the decision of the Health Secretary to approve this plan, and will he urge him to listen to the needs and concerns of my constituents and the representatives of the local area?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is a battler for the people of Telford, as I've seen myself, and she does a great deal of good work for them. I can tell her that as a first step, my honourable friend, the Health Secretary, has called on the A&E at the Princess Royal Hospital to stay open as an A&E local, but has asked for the NHS to come forward with further proposals for better healthcare in Telford. But I will certainly be taking up her further points with him.
Elmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The elderly and the vulnerable are more at risk from scamming than ever before, and Age UK has highlighted just this week that when the government's decision to scrap free TV licences for the over 75s will now put them at further risk of scamming, because they're now expecting fraudsters to go door to door collecting the licence fee once the government's decision has been implemented. Can the Prime Minister please prioritise the economic crime that scamming is, give the police the funding they need to investigate and prosecute these crimes, and reverse his decision to scrap the TV licences for over 75s?
Mr. Speaker, I must correct him on what he's just said about our decision. It is the BBC. No, on the contrary. And I was very clear. No, come on. I really think, honourable ladies and gentlemen, they should be clear about what's happening. It is up to the BBC to fund these licences. But on his point about scamming, I think he's being reasonable, and we will ensure that we do give people the protection and the security they need, not least through another 20,000 police officers on the streets of our country.
Given this widespread sadness that the very popular and respected member for Watford will be standing down at the next general election, it gives me great pleasure to call Mr. Richard Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to be called, because as you have pointed out, this unfortunately may be my penultimate Prime Minister's questions, will unfortunately be your penultimate Prime Minister's questions, but I hope it will not be my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister's. to ask my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, if he's aware that for many people, many members like myself who voted for his bill last night, but voted against the programme motion, we would be delighted to accept a reasonable compromise for the proper scrutiny of this bill, and this was not a vote for revocation in disguise.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can I just thank my right honourable friend for his support, and I thought he was going to ask about the hospital in Watford, Mr. Speaker, which I'm delighted to say is going to be rebuilt along with many others across the country. And I congratulated him as a Conservative member then, and delighted that he's on all the work he's done for Watford. On the bill. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted that the House voted in favour of the bill. Unfortunately, as I say, they willed the end but not the means. The House of Commons has alas voted to delay Brexit again. We now must see what the EU says about that request for a delay, and I'll be studying their answer very closely to see how we proceed, Mr. Speaker.
From West. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Saturday, the Haringey Football Club players experienced racist slurs, were spat upon, and experienced the most disgusting behaviour during a grassroots football match. Will the Prime Minister congratulate the manager, Tom Lloyd-Zoo, for taking the players off, which is a very courageous decision? And can he explain to the House why bigotry has currently been emboldened under the current government?
Mr. Speaker, I was with the honourable lady who, until her last point. I certainly think that racism in football is utterly disgusting and should be stamped out at every possible opportunity. And she will have seen what happened in Bulgaria. I'm delighted to say that the head of the Bulgarian Football Association was dismissed from his position as a result of what happened in that match. We will certainly be making sure that we do everything we can to stamp out racism of any kind, wherever it takes place in this society, and whatever form it takes.
Kirsten Connectivity across Angus is one of the most urgent issues, and I want to see full coverage of mobile rollout throughout my constituency. So I wholeheartedly support the Shared Rural Network Initiative, which is joint between the Government and the 4 main mobile providers, ensuring that we have masts in not-spot areas, but also reciprocal agreements between the operators to ensure that my constituents and constituents across the United Kingdom have that access. So will the Prime Minister assure me that he understands that connectivity is a top priority in Angus, and will he ensure that the funding that needs to get into this initiative to get it going will be given through the right channels?
Mr. Speaker, once again, the voice of Scotland, the voice of Angus. Thank you very much to my honourable friend. We are indeed engaged in levelling up not just the provision of gigabit broadband across the whole of the country, but also improving 4G mobile signal as well. It is our ambition, Mr. Speaker, to have 95% of the UK covered by 4G mobile signal. We've made changes to the regulations and the planning laws to make it easier for the infrastructure to be put in place, and my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, Mrs. Speaker, has just assured me that the honourable lady's particular request is going to be addressed.
Order. The Mayor of London has cut air pollution in central London by 1/3 in the first 6 months of his ultra-low emission zone. Does the Prime Minister support the Mayor's plan to expand that zone, and does he still oppose the 3rd runway at Heathrow that will reverse these gains?
He's going to lie in front of the...
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm as scandalised as the honourable gentleman about the failure of the Mayor of London to improve air quality, if that's what I understood him to just to say. When I was Mayor of London, Mr. Speaker, well, I just pick a period entirely at random. We cut NOx, we cut nitrous oxide emissions by, I think, 16%. We cut particulates by 20%, and and I can tell him that this government has the most far-reaching ambitions of any society in the EU to improve air quality. And as for the Heathrow third runway, it remains the case that I have lively doubts about the ability of the promoters of that scheme, I think he does, to meet standards of air quality and on noise emissions. And we will have to see how the courts adjudicate in that matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this House, we defend forever the right of peaceful protest. Yet on the 15th of August, and just 3 weeks ago, pro-Pakistani organisations held violent protests outside the Indian High Commission. This Sunday, there's the threat of 10,000 people being brought to demonstrate outside the Indian High Commission on Diwali, the most holy day for Hindus, Sikhs and Jains. What action is the government going to take to prevent violent protests this Sunday?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I join my honourable friend who speaks very strongly and well for his constituency in deploring demonstrations that end up being intimidating in any way at all. My honourable friend will understand this is a police operational matter, but I know that I'm just speaking to my honourable friend, the Home Secretary, and she will be raising it with the police. But we must all be clear. We must all be clear in this House that violence and intimidation anywhere is wholly unacceptable in this country.
Mike Amesbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go on, Mike.
8 consultations on, and millions of people are still caught by the leasehold scandal.
Yeah.
At what stage is the Prime Minister and his government going to get a grip and end this feudal system once and for all?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman, and he raises something that is, I know, of great importance to all of our constituents, and we are delivering a very strong package of reforms. We will legislate to ban new leasehold houses and reduce future ground rents to zero. Reduce future ground rents to zero in all but exceptional circumstances, and we will close the legal loopholes that currently subject leaseholders to unacceptable costs. He raises a very important issue, and believe me, Mr. Speaker, we are on it right now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A toxic and carcinogenic bromate plume is threatening my constituency. There is plans to drill a new gravel quarry in Smallford, which may disturb this plume and enter it into the watercourses. Can I ask his good officers to use influence with ministers to make sure the Environment Agency does not allow quarrying on this gravel pit until the bromate plume has been fully assessed on its toxicity?
I thank my honourable friend for raising that point about the toxic bromide plume. It reminds me of the various emanations that we sometimes hear from some parts of this House. I will get on immediately to the Environment Secretary and make sure that he takes it up in the way that she...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Women who face sexual abuse often stay silent and suffer alone. They blame themselves for the shame and guilt that they feel. They break down and cry alone because they feel no one will ever believe them, and they fear repercussions if they speak out. The fear of not being believed means brave women put on a smile and go about their daily lives, an example of which we heard from my colleague, the member for Canterbury. This very silence provides the perpetrators of that abuse the very get-out-of-jail card they need. Today, I ask the most powerful man in the United Kingdom one simple question. Does he agree with me that any woman who is subjected to sexual abuse of any kind should be believed, yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, I think she raises, if I may say, an absolutely crucial issue that I think many people in this country feel is not being sufficiently addressed, and that is one of the reasons why we've expanded the provision of independent domestic violence advisors, independent sexual abuse advisors, because I do think that every woman in this country who is a victim or a potential victim of domestic violence or sexual abuse should feel that she has the certainty of knowing that there is somewhere she can go, someone she can turn to for reassurance and support. It is absolutely vital as a society that we do that. And I would say also that I do not believe that as a country we are doing enough to bring rapists to justice. I think the level of successful prosecutions for the crime of rape is frankly inadequate. And I wish to raise that with the criminal justice system, because I've looked at the numbers, they are not going in the right direction. Women must have the confidence that their crimes of domestic violence and sexual abuse are treated seriously by our law enforcement system.
Mr. Speaker, like me, I know the Prime Minister is a big supporter of Spaceport Cornwall, where we aim to be launching satellites into space from Europe's first horizontal spaceport by 2021. But in order to achieve this, we need government agencies to ensure that the contracts and regulations are in place. So will the Prime Minister use his offices to ensure that the UKSA and CAA have the resources they need and work at pace to make the most of this exciting opportunity?
Very good. Very good. Well, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate my honourable friend on what he's doing to promote the prospects of this new spaceport in Newquay that this government is constructing, and I think he's doing an excellent, outstanding job. And as he knows, Mr. Speaker, I think we all have a favourite candidate for the person who might be best placed to trial one of the new vessels that we propose to send into space. So if it's a horizontal spaceport, Mr. Speaker, I'm anxious it will take off at a horizontal trajectory. In which case, even if we were to recruit the right honourable gentleman opposite to be the first pilot, there is a risk he would end up somewhere else on the earth. But maybe Venezuela would be a good destination.
Stuart Housie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am in favour of the EU single market.
Here, here.
I would vote for the EU single market.
Did you hear that?
Indeed, if the European Union didn't exist, we'd probably have to invent it. Not my words, the Prime Minister. So let me ask him, what was it about the trappings of power that led him to abandon reason, embrace Brexit, and put so many jobs, so much trade, and so much prosperity at risk across these islands?
Mr. Speaker, as I think I said in the House on Saturday, there are clearly two schools of thought, two sides of the British psyche when it comes to the issue, and the House has been divided as the country has been divided. But I happen to think that we, after 47 years of EU membership, in the context of an intensifying federalist agenda in the EU, we have a chance now to make a difference about our national destiny and to seek a new and better future as a proud, independent, open, generous, global, free-trading economy. That is what we can do, Mr. Speaker. That is the opportunity that this country has, and I hope very much that he will support it and help us to deliver Brexit, deliver on the mandate of the people, and get it done by October the 31st.
Douglas Ross.
Mr. Speaker, last week saw the damaging US tariffs applied to many iconic Murray products such as single malt Scotch whisky and shortbread. These industries had nothing to do with the dispute between the US and the EU, so what is the government and the Prime Minister doing to try and get these tariffs removed as quickly as possible?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend campaigns valiantly on this issue, and he's absolutely right. And both I and my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, have raised this matter personally with our counterparts in the United States. It is a rank injustice that Scottish whisky is being penalised in the way that it is, and we hope that those tariffs will be withdrawn as soon as possible. But it has been raised repeatedly at the highest level.
Finally, Joe Swinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to associate myself and my colleagues from these benches with the remarks that have been made earlier about the horrific deaths of 39 people in Essex. Mr. Speaker, it is good manners to say thank you when our friends help us out. So would the Prime Minister like to express his gratitude to the 19 Labour MPs who voted for his deal last night, and to the Leader of the Opposition for meeting with him this morning to help push through his bad Brexit deal?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable lady for giving me that opportunity, and I do indeed express my gratitude. I think I did last night, and I'm happy to repeat again today, for the avoidance of doubt, to all members of the House who have so far joined the movement to get Brexit done and deliver on the mandate of the people. I don't think I can yet count her in that number. Perhaps I could ask her in return to cease her missions to Brussels, where she is, to the best of my knowledge, been asking for them not to give us a deal. I think that was a mistake. That was a mistake. They have given us an excellent deal, and I hope very much, in the cross-party spirit that she supports, that she will endorse that deal.
Order. No, I say to the honourable gentleman in all courtesy that points of order come later. I'm playing for time as members beetle out of the chamber before I call the Home Secretary, so I merely note en passant that there is a distinguished orthodontist observing our proceedings today, accompanied by his splendid wife. Very warm welcome to the House of Commons. Very good to see you. And momentarily, when members have completed their beetling out of the chamber quickly and quietly, we will be able to proceed with the statement by the Secretary of State for the Home Department. Statement, the Secretary of State for the Home Department, Secretary Priti Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the tragic discovery of 39 bodies in a shipping container in Essex this morning, I want to take this opportunity to update the House on the facts that are available so far. At 1:40 a.m. this morning, Essex Police were alerted to an incident at the Waterglade Industrial Park, Eastern Avenue, Grays. At the scene, Essex Police discovered a lorry container with 39 bodies inside. Early indications suggest that 38 of those found were adults and one teenager. From what police have been able to ascertain so far, is that the vehicle is believed to be from Bulgaria and entered the country at Holyhead, North Wales, one of the main port or ferries from Ireland, on the 19th of October. Essex Police, Mr. Speaker, have now launched a murder investigation. A 25-year-old man from Northern Ireland has been arrested on suspicion of murder. He remains in police custody as inquiries will now continue. I think the whole House will agree that this is a truly shocking incident. My thoughts and all thoughts and condolences are with the victims and their loved ones at this utterly terrible time. And I'm sure the whole House will also convey their condolences at this sad time. While the nationalities of the victims are not yet known, I have asked my officials to work closely with the investigation, providing all assistance we can in these horrific circumstances. This is on top of the joint working that's taking place already between the police, border force, immigration enforcement, the National Crime Agency and other law enforcement agencies to ascertain exactly how this incident occurred. Day in, day out, they work tirelessly to secure our borders against a wide range of threats, including people trafficking. And we will continue to work with international partners to keep people safe. Mr. Speaker, this is a tragic loss of life, and I and every one of my team will continue to update the House as more facts on this dreadful incident become known.
Well done. Diane Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Home Secretary for early sight of her statement. Any death under these circumstances is truly appalling. The fact there have been 39 reported deaths in this incident is a terrible tragedy, one of the worst of its kind. And each of the 39 will have partners, family and friends who perhaps even now don't know how their loved one died and the horrible circumstances. So I'm sure I speak for the whole House when I say that our thoughts, prayers and wishes go out to the bereaved and all the loved ones of the victims. I would like to commend the emergency services for their work and also share with the member for Thurrock the horror that these emergency service workers will have seen sights that will live with them forever. It's important to remember that these 39 poor, unfortunate people are the victims in this. They are preyed on by the greedy, the unscrupulous, and people who simply have a willful disregard for the lives of others. But we should take account of the wider context. Nobody leaves their homes on a journey like this with so much risk and fear on a whim. They often do it because they are actually desperate. They can be the victims of economic privation, of war, famine, catastrophic climate change. There are many adverse conditions that people are fleeing from, but we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that these people are victims. I would also like an assurance from the Home Secretary that the cooperation with the EU27 on people trafficking, which is vital to make sure that these events don't happen in the future, that it will not actually become harder or imperiled because we're actually leaving the EU. I think it's important as well to raise the general conditions of refugees and asylum seekers. On this side of the House, we've long argued the government should establish safe and legal routes for genuine refugees to make their way here. If they do not, I fear there may be further tragedies like this. When one thinks about the events of this incident, when one thinks about how these people died, how terrifying their death must be, we should always remember when we're talking about migration, refugees and asylum, these people are people, and there is an obligation on us to make sure that where these people are moving legally, we do provide safe and legal routes.
Secretary.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her comments and her reflections following this tragic incident this morning. And she, of course, is right. There are a number of points that she has made in terms of our emergency service workers who are dealing with this whole incident on the ground. And, of course, we'll be working now collaboratively with part of the investigation teams, not just with Essex Police, but also with the National Crime Agency, Border Force and many others to look now to further this appalling investigation. I think it's important, Mr. Speaker, to just emphasise a few other points because this is now a murder investigation. We are still ascertaining various facts. But I think in terms of the sheer humanity and the circumstances which we all find ourselves in and following the deaths now of 39 individuals, that there are some fundamental points in terms of potential links to criminality, but also what we should be doing as a country in terms of making sure that we stand by those who really should not be trafficked in any way whatsoever. And as a country, we lead the world in many of our own ways of working internationally through modern day slavery and through our own legislation too. But I think fundamentally, Mr. Speaker, there is always the point of international cooperation and collaboration. We must never lose sight of that. Whether, as the Right Honourable Lady has said, whether it's with our EU counterparts, but also our international counterparts as well, through many of the multilateral forums that we are working with to prevent upstream migration, to prevent illegal human trafficking, all the terrible things that we want to stop and prevent. But at the end of the day, do the right thing as a country as well to ensure that we uphold the right kind of values. So particularly those that are fleeing war zones, conflicts, some of the most horrendous situations that we see in the world, to ensure that we are able to give people asylum in the right kind of way, which is exactly what we do.
Jackie Doyle-Price.
And I thank my right honourable friend for her statement. I'd particularly like to thank for the offer that she's made to make her resources available to identify these people, because the fact of the matter is that the loved ones of these people have no idea of what's happened to them. They think their loved ones have gone to a better life, and that is an absolute tragedy. I should also say, sadly, this is not the first time that we've found people in metal containers in my constituency. I'm really sorry to say it's all too regular an occurrence, and it was only a matter of time before that would end in tragedy. And could I just endorse what my right honourable friend has said? This is now a multinational problem that we need to fix. We will not be able to stop people trafficking just from this country alone. This is something that really needs to be worked on with international partnerships to make sure we root these evil people out who are making and profiting from people's hope and actually putting them into misery.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable friend for her very considered remarks in light of what has happened in her constituency today. And I think also we should reflect upon the fact that this is not the first example of such a horrific incident in her own constituency. And she will know as well this was in an industrial park, but actually because she has ports as well, there have been previous equally horrific examples in the past too. And she's also right to reflect upon, as she did to the Prime Minister earlier on, in terms of the work of the emergency workers, those that are on the scene, who will witness such horrors, and those will live with them probably for the rest of their lives, in fact. And we owe it to them, actually, to provide them the support that they need post this event. But there is a fundamental issue here. We as a government are naturally always committed to working with our law enforcement partners, but multinational agencies, to prevent all sorts of things of this nature ever materialising and happening. We are committed to breaking up criminal gangs. We do, of course, work upstream. We do, of course, work with our international partners. And I think, Mr. Speaker, if I could just highlight a few examples. Previous governments have committed, obviously, to legislation such as the Modern Day Slavery Act. In fact, our previous Prime Minister very much campaigned for that and secured that. But having myself worked within the international sphere through my work in DFID, and obviously DFID themselves are doing a great deal now when it comes to upstream work, working through our multinational agencies, working through the United Nations and other organisations too. There is so much more that we can do internationally, because the fact of the matter is where there is global instability, where there's a great deal of displacement, we see such awful events like this happening.
Stuart C. MacDonald.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Home Secretary for her statement. I think we all share the same sense of shock and horror at this unspeakable tragedy and terrible crime. The thoughts and prayers of my party are certainly also with the victims and their families, and we wish Essex Police and their partners every success in bringing to justice those who are culpable. But, Mr. Speaker, as a spokesperson for the Northern Ireland Freight Transport Association has pointed out, the route that this vehicle took in this case appears unorthodox, and he raised the prospect that it had been designed to avoid increased security at Dover and Calais. So as she ponders a response to this horrific event, will the Home Secretary accept the general point that focusing security and checks on one route is not going to work if security and checks elsewhere are weaker? And most importantly of all, will she accept that a sole focus, an obsession almost on border securitisation, will never stop desperate people using desperate means and routes to try to get here? In fact, such a focus simply means desperate people taking even more desperate and dangerous routes. And finally, will she accept that it's crucial that we are also generous in responding to this tragedy in the way that we provide safe legal routes for those with strong connections and ties to the UK, the very people who are most likely to risk their lives? Will she accept that there is much more this country can do to provide such safe legal routes through schemes like Dublin, family reunion, relocation and resettlement?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his remarks and the questions that he's posed too. I'm sure he will recognise, as will the whole House, that obviously the United Kingdom is very proud of its record when it comes to a lot of the work on national resettlement schemes. And clearly he's alluded to principles such as Dublin as well, where we do support resettlement. And that is absolutely the right principles that we as a nation stand by. And nobody would doubt that or question that at all. I think when it comes to obviously the route through which the potential lorry came through, and specific to his remarks as well, I think it is important, Mr. Speaker, to reflect upon the fact that, you know, across all avenues, all entries through our ports and airports, in fact, obviously the UK operates intelligence-led controls. We have Border Force, obviously doing checks at every single level. But the fundamental principle here that we cannot ignore is the fact of the matter is we are dealing with those that are using people for the most appalling purposes. And what we have seen today and what we are witnessing is one of the most horrendous crimes against humanity and crimes against individuals. And that's why I think as we don't know the full facts, we don't have the full details behind what is going on, we must give the police and other agencies the space to investigate what has happened, and then obviously look at what more we can do to prevent incidents like this from happening again.
Damien Green.
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend will be aware that words are barely available to cover the full horror of this, but she'll also be aware, to pick up one of the points just made, that most of the effort of Border Force in terms of combating the disgusting and murderous crime of people trafficking have been concentrated on the Channel ports and on unorthodox, non-official transport across the Channel. Can she reassure the House that Border Force will be able to spread its efforts to cover not just Holyhead, as in this case, but also other ports around the country, where if lorries are coming in regularly, clearly this disgusting trade could take place, because it is going to require a defence of the whole United Kingdom if we're going to be successful in saving lives in the future?
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right, and we have just seen today of one example, one incident, a horrific incident in Essex. But of course, my right honourable friend has also just alluded to other examples, small boats, for example, coming through Kent, coming through Dover, and there has been a great deal of work that has taken place in preventing people trafficking through those particular routes. But he is right, and in answer to his question, absolutely, we are committed not just with Border Force, but with our other agencies, through our intelligence network as well, to work far more collaboratively to ensure that, yes, we can ensure that all ports are prepared, where our staff are looking out for some of the most appalling behaviours, some of the examples that we are now speaking about today in the House, but importantly that we do more collectively as a government to work with our international partners to stop this from happening in the first place.
Given the importance of Holyhead, I call first Mr. Albert Owen.
Speaker, I'm shocked and saddened at this incident and the appalling loss of life, and my thoughts go out to the families of those 39 victims. The Secretary of State mentioned the port of Holyhead, the busiest seaport with the Republic of Ireland. And on October the 19th, the alleged lorry came through the port of Holyhead. Can she tell the House, I know it's early days, but how many checks were made on lorries at the port of Holyhead on that day? Because it is important, because I know the important work that multi-agencies do on people trafficking and drug trafficking through that very important port.
My honourable friend raises a very, very important point. I cannot tell the House right now that information. That is subject to, obviously, the investigation. I will, of course, come back to him directly myself as this investigation unfolds with the specific information that he has asked for. But I can assure him that, of course, everything would have been done in terms of checks coming through Holyhead.
Andrew Mitchell.
Mr. Speaker, both front benches and my honourable friend for Thurrock have spoken for the entire country at this horrific event. But isn't one of the most specific lessons that the existing international conventions simply don't work anymore because of events of recent years? We've seen this in the Mediterranean, off the coast of Libya, as well as in the Channel and through events like today. This is what the modern equivalent of the slave trader is perpetrating. So will she use her past experience, along with other members of the government, to try and persuade the United Nations to modernise and introduce a new convention which will be, hopefully, more fit for purpose and avoid these terrible events happening in the future?
My right honourable friend raises such an important point, and he speaks with great experience and insight and knowledge on this issue. And he is right that as the world has changed, conflict has changed, we are seeing all sorts of desperate situations around the world, and there is much more that we can do in terms of leveraging our own voice and our own influence with the big organisations such as the United Nations. So there is no doubt that there is much more that can be done, and he will also be very familiar with the UN Migration Compact, which I think came about in around 2015, where great work, and in fact the United Kingdom stood up and spoke very, very convincingly to do much more in this space. But I think he's absolutely right, there is much more that we can do internationally.
Vic Cooper.
I thank the Home Secretary for her statement. It's really unbearable to imagine people losing their lives in this awful way. And whilst we obviously cannot preempt the investigation, she is right to say that people trafficking is one of the most vile crimes that there is. People are profiting from putting other people's lives at risk and from other people's desperation. Could she tell the House what engagement has taken place with the Irish police and also with the Bulgarian police and with the European Migrant Smuggling Centre to make sure that there is full international cooperation into this awful crime to make sure that more lives are not put at risk?
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her comments. She will appreciate that this is now a murder investigation. So as a result, all avenues of inquiry and collaboration are now underway. So I will report back to the House in due course and directly to the Right Honourable Lady too, once we are able to share much more specific information. But of course this is highly sensitive because this is now a live investigation. But as I said, all collaboration is now taking place.
Metcalfe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I echo the words of my honourable friend, the member for Thurrock, and obviously my neighbour as well, and express my own shock and horror at the loss of 39 poor souls. Can I also pay tribute to all the emergency services, but also to local authority officers who I know are involved in dealing with this in a very professional way in a very difficult circumstances. Will my right honourable friend commit to supplying them with all necessary resources to be able to conduct their investigations and deal with the situation as speedily and as effectively as possible?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, his comments and the points that he's raised. He's absolutely right. Our emergency services are obviously under great strain in dealing with this. This is an absolutely horrendous incident. But at the same time, our local authorities and our emergency services will be coming together with Essex Police and others to be supported. And as I said in my statement earlier on, we will provide all the necessary support that is required to not just obviously deal with the murder investigation and provide the support that's needed there, but actually help on the ground, because obviously this is a very, very deeply traumatising time. It is complicated because other agencies are involved, and now, of course, this is a murder investigation too.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I share the horror and sadness at the news of these deaths, which it's unimaginable what the individuals concerned must have gone through. And while I welcome the Secretary of State's comments about more international action and recognising the need for safe legal routes to sanctuary, would she also agree with me that we have to look at our own immigration system and repair it to ensure that what we provide is fair, compassionate and effective for those who want to come here?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her comments about what has happened. I think today is actually not the place to be talking about an immigration system at all. We have migration challenges that we are seeing around the world. People are being displaced in record numbers, and many are being displaced and preyed upon through some of the most appalling behaviours through criminal gangs and organised gangs. So I think at this particular stage, we want to, and it's right that as a country we work with all our partners, both domestically and internationally, as well as law enforcement agencies, to do our utmost to stop this horrific crime.
Yes, well, the sound was quite melodic, but it was still disorderly. Sir Mike Penning.
Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure as a firefighter serving at the old fire station in Hog Lane in Grays. And when the firefighters and other emergency crews went on duty last night, never in their wildest dreams would they have expected to witness the sort of trauma that they saw when that container was open. And it won't just be the emergency services, it will be the local authority workers, and even the mortuary attendants would never ever have seen that sort of destruction of life coming through. So can I ask the Home Secretary, not just for now, but going forward, that all the support in post-traumatic stress is there for them, because it doesn't always show straight away, sometimes months and years ahead, as I've experienced with my colleagues already.
Thank my right honourable friend for his remarks, and he speaks with great personal insight and experience about this, and he is absolutely right. The trauma of even being part of a recovery and emergency service following an incident like this will just be shattering for all individuals that are involved. And there is a very important point here, Mr. Speaker, that I think for anyone that works in a frontline service, an emergency service, when an incident like this happens, and other incidences too, where people are involved, where life-saving is involved, it is a fact that trauma comes back to people later on, post-traumatic stress, and therefore we not just will be investing, but ensuring that we're supporting those very individuals that are really just doing so much work locally today.
David Hanson.
This is an act, Mr. Speaker, of unconscionable criminality organised by gangs across Europe. I just want to ask the Home Secretary whether she has approached Europol, of which we are still a member, and who have at their heart a plan for 3 years to tackle criminality in gangs and cooperation across Europe to track down the perpetrators of this type of crime.
I'd say to my honourable friend that we always work. I mean, this is now a murder investigation, so this is a live investigation. So all agencies would be activated in terms of sharing information and working together. But I think the additional point to make as well is the one that he's raised too. There is a degree of organised criminality here, and whether it's in Europe or whether it's outside of Europe, we will always stand firm against this and make sure that we collaborate with all our partners.
Sarah Newton.
Mr. Speaker, these international, serious and organised crime gangs who are trading in weapons and drugs and humans are ruthless, and we need to be as ruthless in our prosecution of these people. We have to end this wicked trade in human misery, and I saw firsthand the huge efforts in the Home Office working with our international partners across Europe to tackle this issue. But could I ask her to redouble our efforts in those countries like Bulgaria, like Romania, where so many people are coerced or bribed or persuaded to participate in this human trafficking to prevent them from doing it?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her comments and her reflections, and she will know from her own work previously as well in this area, and she's right, she speaks with a great deal of experience in terms of what goes on in other countries, in terms of criminality, coercion, putting pressure on people, and just the exploitation of vulnerable individuals. We want that to stop. We will continue to work collaboratively, she is absolutely right, but also the way in which we do this is to have the right kind of deterrence in places and to also ensure that we can prosecute through the criminal justice system.
For those who missed the announcement yesterday, I advise colleagues of a notable event, namely the re-election of the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Gateshead, as chair of the Backbench Business Committee, a role he has discharged with consummate skill for a number of years now. More particularly, the Honourable Gentleman is a most extraordinary specimen in this place, in that he has secured re-election unopposed, which is a commentary upon the esteem in which he is held. Mr. Ian Mearns.
I'm even more grateful than usual, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency of Gateshead, the bulk of the face-to-face casework that I do is with refugees and asylum seekers. And with that in mind, I'm very mindful that we need to establish the identities of these victims as quickly as we possibly can. We need to identify their identities and their points of origin, because many of the victims may well have relatives and friends who are already here in this country and settled all around this country. They are our constituents. And we need to think about what we're going to do to assist those people when they discover the dreadful fate of their loved ones who've died in this container today. But we also, with our international hat on, need to think about what we're going to do as a country to assist the families and relatives of those victims back in those points of origin, because those people won't know that their loved ones are dead, and they'll think they've gone off to a better life in Britain, but only to find that they've died dreadfully in the back of a steel box in Grays in Essex.
I'd like to thank the honourable gentleman for his considered remarks and also congratulate him on his election. I think there are a number of points here. As there is a live investigation, it is right that we focus on identifying the country of origin of the victims of what has happened, this horrendous crime. I think it's fair to say all members of the House need to come together and actually work together, and I'm very happy to assist any member, honourable member, if there are family connections in their own constituencies, and this isn't just from a case management perspective. We have to look at this in terms of the impact upon them, and then they themselves may also be part of the lines of inquiry in terms of the routes through which people were coming through as well. We do need to look at the international routes, definitely, but I think at the same time right now we've got to give the police the space to do their investigation, and then I will of course pick up with every single honourable member should there be anything specific to their own constituency that materialises.
Maria Miller.
Finding those responsible and bringing them to justice will be a priority for our police, our border agencies, and I'm sure the Home Secretary, my right honourable friend. Can I urge her to make sure that the police and the Criminal Prosecution Service use the full force of the law that this government has put into place to tackle modern slavery, particularly the freezing of assets of those who could be involved at an early stage so that they're not able to squirrel away their criminal funds from such a murderous activity?
My right honourable friend is absolutely correct about this, and if I may say so, Mr Speaker, there have been cases recently where we've seen exactly that take place, and rightly so. Criminality must be pursued, it must be prosecuted, we must use every single lever of law enforcement as well to confiscate funds and assets of these individuals, and I do know recently that has happened in other cases. But she is right, we as a country, through our own legislation, we have levers, we have the ability to send out a very strong signal internationally. We must do more of that.
Vernon Coker.
Mr Speaker, can I welcome the Home Secretary's comments and the tone in which she's spoken? We're all horrified by what has happened. Can I also stress the importance of international cooperation and just ask the Home Secretary whether she can make herself aware of the work that is going on in the Council of Europe, led by the Foreign Secretary, to try and improve concerted action to tackle human trafficking right across the whole of the Council of Europe member states and beyond.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right about this, and I'd like to thank him as well for the work that he has undertaken through the APPG, modern slavery and human trafficking. And again, I think he's a very good example of how that collaboration can take place, not just in this House, but across other organisations too. Yes, in the Council of Europe, yes, across government and multilaterally as well, multinationally. We must pursue that, because as we are seeing and witnessing and experiencing right now, one case is too many, but when we have 39 people who have died in our own country through such awful, awful means, that is not acceptable. So we have to do much more to work together to stop that from happening.
Mary Robinson.
Incident and an appalling loss of life. Whilst the murderous vehicle appears to have begun its journey in Bulgaria, there's less clarity as to where the victims themselves began their dreadful journey towards death. Could the Minister confirm with me that she is working with international agencies as well as using the forces here and the immigration forces in order to ascertain where these people began the journey so that we can make that contact with their families and loved ones?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this point, and this is now an active line of inquiry now that this is a full-on murder investigation. I do want to emphasise, of course, because this investigation is obviously being led by Essex Police. They are working with other agencies, including the National Crime Agency, and of course they will be able to determine the identities of country of origin first and foremost. But I do also just want to pay tribute to Essex Police for the leadership they have given on this as well. In what is an incredibly challenging investigation and just a dreadful, dreadful scenario that, quite frankly, any police force would find deeply challenging.
Tangham Debonair.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for the tone as well as the content of what she said. And I'd like to press her further on the international cooperation. She rightly praises the work of the Council of Europe and the cross-party, cross-national cooperation to expand refugee resettlement and other forms of safe and legal routes. I wonder if I could ask her if she thinks it would be a good idea for us to expand that still further so that we can increase the very low number of countries worldwide, only 27, who take refugees on the resettlement route via the UN, which is a safe and legal route that we have much to offer. We do very well. What will she do to help increase that with other countries?
The Honourable Lady for her comments, and as I've said already, and she has recognised in her remarks, we lead the way. And we have led other countries through multinational forums, through much of our engagement, through migration compacts as well. It's pretty clear that there is more that can be done. And the United Kingdom, the British government, working with our counterparts, will continue to do that, because when we live in such an unstable world, when we see the biggest displacement of people, more people on the move since the Second World War, through terror, through conflict, through just some of the awful scenes that we see in the news every single day, it's pretty clear that actually we can lead others, and we have great skill and great experience in doing that.
Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This incident is beyond horrific. And can I thank the Member of Parliament for Thurrock, who I think has spoken for all the people of Essex today. And as an Essex MP, I'm particularly thinking of the Essex Police. And I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, you will have seen how our police services and emergency services in Essex go out day after day, night after night on the front line to keep the rest of us safe. And can I thank the number of Essex MPs in the Chamber today, and of course the Home Secretary herself. And can I thank her for giving that reassurance that our emergency services will get the support, both short-term and long-term, for all their needs. Can she also give us the reassurance that no matter what happens in the coming days over Brexit, we in the UK will continue to work with police forces across Europe, with agencies such as Europol and Interpol, to make sure that crimes like this don't happen again?
I thank my honourable friend for her considered and thoughtful remarks, and she's right. As you know, I think all MPs in the House will feel a great deal of strength and solidarity with Essex Police as they undertake this investigation today. I think our police do a remarkable service. They do remarkable work, and clearly police forces in the police force in Essex, the Chief Constable of Essex, BJ Harrington, and his team will be dealing with this in the right way in very challenging circumstances. My honourable friend is absolutely right in terms of our continued work with agencies across the European Union. That work is always ongoing. That is part of our way of working, part of our international collaboration. That will not change. And of course, there's one other point to make about that collaboration. We work collaboratively to keep our country safe. We can also do more to work collaboratively to make sure that those who perpetrate these awful crimes are brought to justice.
Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To give this a visual scale, there's approximately 39 to 40 members sitting on this side of the House. And I think that just gives us something to measure this by in terms of the sheer loss and devastation that has been created here. Without prejudice to the investigations that the Home Secretary has announced today, will she be able to look further into paramilitary and organised crime in Northern Ireland that uses these unauthorised and illegitimate transport and trade links to carry out their own horrible and despicable crimes, and see what additional measures need to be placed both on our own existing border in Northern Ireland and in cooperation with the Garda Síochána on their ports in the Republic?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his questions and his comments as well regarding what has happened today. I think there are a number of points to make. First and foremost, clearly there is a police investigation specifically taking place with regards to what has happened in Essex today. He is right to point out about criminality. And the point is, we work collaboratively across all our agencies. Obviously, I've already mentioned the National Crime Agency. There are others. There are many other police forces as well. PS&I, obviously, are a key partner to work with too. And we will continue to look at all avenues to make sure that we can stop this criminality from happening, that we can stop this criminality from flourishing, but also that we can bring the perpetrators of criminality to justice.
Alex Chalk.
Deputy Speaker, TRIM, or Trauma Risk Management, is a protocol adopted by Gloucestershire Police to provide swift support to police officers who may have witnessed deeply traumatic episodes. As part of the support that Essex Police are giving to their officers, can she assure me that if they need to reach out to other police forces for additional advice, assistance and resources, that they do not hesitate to do so? Gloucestershire Police will be on hand to help.
Well, let me thank my honourable friend and thank Gloucestershire Police as well for that offer of support. He is right to point out about trauma management, because all police forces provide a form of trauma management as well. But I will absolutely pick that up with the Chief Constable of Essex myself to ensure that all officers that are involved in this investigation, in this case, are supported in the right way. And if we do need to go elsewhere to work collaboratively with another police force, we will certainly do so.
Anna Soubry.
Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, the Right Honourable Lady have clearly expressed, I think, the nation's concern and horror at what has happened. It's a terrible tragedy. Of course, there is a continuing an investigation being conducted by the police, so we shouldn't speculate, but I think we are all entitled to reach a number of conclusions as to what's happened, and it's not the first time that it has happened, and we must be absolutely sure that we do everything we can to make sure it's the last time. I think we all strongly suspect that this will be an international operation that won't just be confined to the European continent. It may well go well beyond, and it will require a huge and complex investigation, because undoubtedly there will be a very long, complex chain of criminality that has resulted in this terrible incident. So can the Home Secretary give us an assurance that all the agencies in this country will have all the resources that they need to do a full and proper investigation, bring those people to justice, and hopefully it will be the last time?
Right Honourable Lady, and she is absolutely right. I think the focus of my comments have been very much upon that collaboration across all agencies, but other countries too, where other agencies are based. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the points that I should make and refer to is not just the agencies based in the UK, but other international agencies. Our level of collaboration is first class, and that is something where we will bring that skill set together and, of course, ensure that all the resources are in place so that we can absolutely bring the perpetrators to justice, but importantly, stand up for those victims who have lost their lives through this incident.
Gareth Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, this was clearly an awful tragedy. The people that were in that container would have endured an unimaginable experience. It also would have had a profound impact on the emergency services who attended the scene in the early hours of this morning. So can I echo the comments of a number of members in the chamber today, that they need to be given the support that's available and necessary. No amount of training can prepare an emergency worker for this experience, and I know that the Home Secretary cares deeply about the people of Essex and its emergency services, so can she commit to ensuring that support is given both in the short term and in the long term for these people?
I can absolutely, Madam Deputy Speaker, give that commitment. Essex Police and all our police forces deal with some horrendous scenes day in, day out, and it is right, part of our public duty to them, that we continue to support them, not just on the day when these things happen, but actually going forward. And if I may as well, having recently visited Kent Constabulary, I've seen the first-class work that they're also doing for his constituents in Kent.
Stephen McCabe.
I appreciate that the investigation is at a very early stage, but given what we know about the way Bulgaria is being used to support some of these people smuggling operations, is it right to assume there are normally enhanced checks on vehicles entering this country from Bulgaria, and at some stage we should be asking if something went wrong this time?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it would be wrong for me to comment on what is now a live investigation, and I know the Honourable Gentleman will respect that. I think it's important to reflect, actually, when it comes to checks that are undertaken on our ports and at our airport, on our ports in particular, they are intelligence-based, so they're all intelligence-led. But I don't think I want to add much more right now specifically to this case, because, as I've said, there is a live investigation taking place.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've literally just come from a meeting with the Romanian ambassador, which is why, though I was here at the beginning, I had to duck out. This case raises a great concern for those cross-European truckers who do so much to keep our people fed and our businesses going. Can she assure me that she's reaching out to the nations that supply these truckers, as it were, Bulgaria, Romania and so on, so that these drivers are aware of the risks that they face and the protections that they can seek if they ask for it? When she was on the committee that I'm privileged enough to chair, we did a lot of work on migration. Could she also tell me what she's doing on North Africa, where we both know from our joint inquiry there are very, very serious problems?
My honourable friend poses, he raises the right questions effectively, because there are specific countries, and when it comes to road haulage in particular, where we have drivers that come from certain countries, including Romania, Bulgaria, Poland. And it is right, actually, that we work through the road haulage network in the UK and across Europe to provide the right kind of care and guidance and awareness that they themselves need, because they can unwantingly become part of what could be a criminal gang organisation or trafficking process. And we need to stop that. We absolutely need to stop that. The Honourable Gentleman is also right to raise the whole issue, and we've spent many hours, in fact days, weeks, months working together on his committee, but looking at migration. And in fact the migration report that he refers to looked at North Africa and the upstream work that is required. It's there is much taking place right now through international collaboration, but there is absolutely more that can be done.
John Woodcock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is, of course, a murder investigation into these sickening deaths, but is it not the case that every single human trafficker who subjects fellow human beings to these appalling conditions does so knowing the risk of life to those people? And so, in due course, will she commit to reviewing the sentencing guidelines for human trafficking? Is there not a case, potentially, to bring them into line with attempted murder, where, of course, the maximum sentence is life imprisonment?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his comments. What we have seen, basically, through the actions of these traffickers is the worst of humanity. And it is right that we use our law enforcement and all aspects of the law through existing legislation to make sure that justice is served and that the perpetrators are prosecuted. He's raised the point about sentencing, and of course we have frameworks right now through the sentencing guidelines. It's something that I'm very happy to discuss with the Ministry of Justice to see what more we can do.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I also thank the Home Secretary for her statement today. It is with a sore heart and with great sadness that I associate my party, the DUP, with the sentiments put forward by everyone, and convey our deepest sympathies for the 39 deaths. There will be families who grieve today. Some may not yet know that they will grieve today for their loved ones. Our thoughts and prayers are with them, each and every one, and that's the sentiment of the House, Madam Deputy Speaker. But can the Minister outline what arrangements will be made to identify the victims of the tragedy, and how will contact them be established with the families? For it's so important that the families know what's going on.
My honourable friend for his remarks, and he hits a raw nerve actually when we speak about the families of these victims. This is now because of the investigation that's taken place. Obviously there is much more work to do in terms of identifying the individuals, identifying their families, identifying their country of origin. That work is taking place, and if I may, I have said, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will come back to the House or individual members. I will of course provide the updates once we know more information.
Peter Grant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Among those who will have information that could be critical in bringing the perpetrators of this awful crime to justice will be people who've been trafficked by the same route and possibly by the same gangs. There's a good chance that some of them are now in hiding, afraid of the UK authorities but terrified out of the wits of those who have trafficked them. What assurances can the Home Secretary give that anyone who has the courage to come forward with information in this terrible case will be treated as a victim of a crime rather than persecuted or prosecuted as a potential criminal.
So the Honourable Gentleman raises a really important and significant point, because anyone that has been trafficked or involved in criminality, they themselves will be living in fear. However, because of the legislation that we've had put in place through modern day slavery, we have the national referral mechanism, we have support structures where we would actively encourage people, anybody that may know any information, to come forward. And of course we will work with them in the right way to ensure that those that have been perpetrating the criminality obviously are brought to justice, but where individuals have been victims themselves, have been trafficked, that we can support them in the right kind of way.
Howell Williams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and our thoughts, of course, with the families of the victims of this appalling crime. Holyhead is the second busiest roll-on, roll-off ports in the United Kingdom, yet there is no permanent immigration enforcement presence at the ports. Why?
Well, I think, if I may say so, Madam Deputy Speaker, with regards to the incident that has happened today and what we are dealing with, I've already made it quite clear that when it comes to border force and the checks that are undertaken, they take place through intelligence-led operations. I think right now, because what we think we are dealing with is potentially an illegal criminal act, we have to now leave this to the investigators to deal with. And of course, as I've said, I will come back to the House and to individual colleagues and provide more information as we find out more through what has happened.
Thank you. Point of order, Mr. Brandon O'Hara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I gave Mr Speaker advance notice of this point of order earlier today. During an urgent question on the US tariffs being imposed on single malt whisky on October the 7th, I asked the Minister of State at International Trade what discussions his department had with both the European Union and the United States, specifically between October the 2nd and October the 7th. The Minister from the dispatch box was particularly unclear, and therefore I submitted no fewer than 15 written questions seeking to find out exactly what discussions had been had between those dates. The Department replied yesterday, having grouped the questions together and palmed me off with what was essentially no answer at all, instead telling me what they are currently doing. Could you advise me, Madam Deputy Speaker, on an issue of such huge importance to my Argyll and Bute constituency, the Scottish and UK economies, how I can find out exactly what engagements the Department of International Trade had with the European Union and the United States on the imposition of US tariffs on malt whisky between October the 2nd and October the 7th? Thank you.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order, but he will not be surprised to know that it is not technically a point of order for the chair. But I do appreciate, and I mean appreciate, that he is a great champion of the Scottish whisky industry, and so he should be. That he and his colleagues have raised this matter in various ways in the Chamber over these last few weeks. So I fully appreciate how important this is, and I would like to give him whatever help I possibly can. In the first instance, he may wish to seek the advice of the Table Office on how to pursue the matter, as he has tried to do over these last few weeks. And if he remains concerned about not receiving answers or receiving answers on time, he might wish to consider referring the matter to the Procedure Committee. But of course, I know he will persist, and he will have a lot of support in persisting on this particular subject. Point of order, Emma Lewell-Buck.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent, Robert Irwin, has been held against his will in the Ukraine for over a year after an Interpol red notice was issued by HSBC for his historical bounce cheque in Dubai. Robert has been found innocent and a victim of forgery. Just yesterday, it was confirmed Interpol have removed the red notice, yet the warrant for his arrest and extradition to the UAE remains. Robert is in deep despair. I have already raised this many times with the government benches, but Robert is still stuck in the Ukraine. Madam Deputy Speaker, can you please advise me what on earth I can do next to help force this government to help me get Robert back home?
Well, once again, the Honourable Lady is right to take the opportunity of raising the matter through a point of order in the Chamber, and she has partially achieved what she wants to achieve, which is to bring the matter to the attention of the Chamber and to ministers. I'm sure that her points will have been noted by the Treasury bench, and that she will, like the Honourable Gentleman, persist in asking these questions and acting quite properly on behalf of her constituent, for whom we all have very great sympathy. Mr. Iqbal.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish if you could guide me as to how I could place on record the inaccuracy made by the member for Brent in his question to the Prime Minister. He stated that the demonstration on Kashmir on the 27th of October has deliberately been held in light with Diwali. It is not. 26th of October is the day that India occupied the Free State of Kashmir in 1947. Historically correct. And also he mentioned, as the Honourable my friend is mentioning on the front bench, he also mentioned the issue of Pakistan being involved in this demonstration. As far as I'm aware, huge amount of constituents across the country and my constituents from Kashmir, Kashmiri origin people, are organising this on their behalf. They are organising with the Sikh community, they're organising with a number of people, Muslims from the Indian community and other countries across the world. So it isn't Pakistan, as he just said. And also, there are all sorts of people who believe in human rights and civilities, which have not been held for the Kashmiri community in Kashmir at the moment.
Again, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his point of order, but really it is a point of an attempt to correct the facts as he sees it. I can make no judgment on which of these facts that have been mentioned either at the dispatch box or by the Honourable Gentleman are in fact correct. It's not for me to make such a judgment, but the Honourable Gentleman has taken the opportunity of correcting the record, and I'm quite sure that if he would also like to write formally to the Minister that his points will be taken very seriously. He has put them very courteously. Point of order, Mr. Gareth Thomas.
Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to you. Sunday is Diwali, and on Monday, Hindus in my constituency and across the UK will spend time with their families and visit the their local temple. Diwali, like Eid, however, is not a national public holiday. So for some, it will be difficult, will continue to be difficult, to get time off to mark this most spiritually significant day. What can I do, Madam Deputy Speaker, to ensure that there is a debate in government time so that those of us who are sympathetic to the campaign for these 2 days to be made national public holidays, to have our case heard by ministers, and at the very least to get ministers to work with business organisations to be sympathetic to staff requests for time off to mark these important days.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman again for his point of order, and I will try to help him. Once upon a time, a long time ago, when I sat on the back benches, I tried to introduce a 10-minute rule bill to bring about a public holiday for Magna Carta Day, and I have to tell the Honourable Gentleman that it was notably unsuccessful. So I don't recommend that he does it by that method, but I do recommend that he raises the matter at business questions tomorrow, and I'm sure that he will have every opportunity to do so. If there are no further points of order, the clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Speech, motion for an address, adjourned debate on question.
Now,
I inform the House that Mr. Speaker has selected the amendment in the name of the official opposition. And therefore I call Mr. Jonathan Ashworth.
Grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to move the amendment that stands in the name of the Leader of the Opposition and myself, and I am indeed grateful to the Leader of the House for finding time to schedule this important debate. Can I quickly begin by associating myself with the condolences and sorrow about the horrific tragedy that we've seen in Essex, and can I also pay my tribute to all the emergency services who must have had to confront the most unspeakable of sights in Essex in the last 24 hours. And in a similar vein, can I also pay tribute to our hard-working National Health Service staff and social care staff who every day go beyond the call of duty, doing the extra mile for each and every one of our constituents, ourselves and our loved ones, doing it after a decade of cutbacks and after a decade of the tightest financial squeeze in the history of the NHS. But despite that tight financial squeeze, our NHS staff are treating more patients every day than ever before. But I'm afraid we have a government that is still expecting our staff to deliver care in the most intolerable of working conditions, from bed cuts to staffing shortages to equipment breaking down every day. And the dismal consequence of this decade of underfunding and cuts sees patient care suffer and standards of care deteriorate. Let me just share with the House a couple of examples. Not a constituent, I beg your pardon, Madam Deputy Speaker. Somebody from another part of the country got in touch with me and asked me to raise this directly with the Secretary of State, although she asked that we anonymised it in these exchanges. But essentially, her 91-year-old mother fell in her house on a Sunday at around 2:40 p.m. She waited 2.5 hours for an ambulance. She then, when she got to the hospital, waited an hour and a half in a cold corridor before being admitted to a bay. 8 hours later, she was seen by a doctor who recommended an X-ray and scan. She got the result of the X-ray at 1:15 a.m. Only then was she given pain relief and put on a drip. By 3 a.m, she still had not been admitted to a ward. At 9 a.m, she was sent back to her care home, and her daughter wasn't told of it, and she was sent home with no pain relief nor any prescription. Or perhaps another story, another heartbreaking story, which is in today's edition of Pulse, which reveals that a teenage boy, a 16-year-old, was referred to CAMHS by his GP, but because his condition was not considered serious enough, CAMHS turned him away. The boy later died by suicide. These are heartbreaking stories, but stories like this are happening far too often in a health system that is under intense pressure. I will give way.
I'm very grateful, and obviously he's telling some tragic stories of the impact of what's happening in the NHS on real patients. And other families who are suffering are those often with children with very severe conditions like epilepsy, who would benefit from access to medical cannabis. And the government have indicated that access should be available, but it's just not getting to these families. And their children are suffering, their families are suffering, both in pain and also financially as a result. Does he agree that the government should be doing much more to fast-track this situation?
I completely agree, and I pay tribute to him and honourable members like the honourable member from Hemel Hempstead, who've really led the charge on this debate. Medicinal cannabis, if it has a medicinal therapeutic value, it should be allowed. If there are issues in the bureaucracy which are slowing it down, I say to the Secretary of State, if it needs legislation, we will work with him to get that legislation through if that's where the blockage is. If the blockage is in some other area and he needs our cooperation, we'll cooperate with him on that. But we clearly need to resolve this because there are too many young people going without the help that they need. I'll take a brief intervention from the Honourable Gentleman.
The Shadow Minister is very generous, and I thank him for his comments, and the families, which are the most important people, will be very conscious about what he said. But describing it, we have to be very careful. Prescribed medical use of cannabis on prescription is what we're looking for. Medical use cannabis often is for where people have felt that they would take it in other ways. We're not talking about casual use of cannabis, we're not talking about a spliff in the armchair. What we're saying is a consultant that's qualified, and I'll raise this with the Secretary of State when he's on his feet, consultant qualified who feels that the benefit will be to the child, particularly from epilepsy and fits, would benefit, should be available free on the NHS, and I think that's what he was saying.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. But we know that there appear to be blockages in the system. And my offer to the Secretary of State is if the blockages are in the system because of any legislative issue that needs resolving or any regulatory issue that we can resolve in this House, then I will cooperate with him to get that resolved. And if it's not about regulatory issues in this House, I'll continue to reinforce the messages the honourable gentleman is putting to the Secretary of State and urge the Secretary of State to intervene in the way he can using his good offices. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, many vulnerable people are waiting longer for treatment or denied treatment, sometimes, sadly, with devastating, tragic consequences. The standards of care which are enshrined in the NHS Constitution are simply not being delivered. A&E waits in September last month were the worst they have been outside of winter since 2010. Our hospitals have just been through a summer crisis, and with flu outbreaks in Australia expected to hit us here, our NHS is bracing itself for a winter of enormous strain yet again. Last year, 2.9 million people waited beyond 4 hours in A&E. Since 2010, over 15,000 beds have been cut from the NHS, and bed occupancy levels have risen to 98% under this government. It means that the numbers of patients moved from cubicles to corridors, left languishing on trolleys, has ballooned under this government. When Labour left office, around 62,000 patients was designated as trolley waits. 62,000 is unacceptable. But today, under this government, the numbers left languishing on trolleys in corridors is not 62,000 in the last year, it's 629,000. Or what about cancer? I'll give way, yeah.
Before my honourable friend moves on from the situation in A&E departments, can I bring to his attention the situation at Northwick Park Hospital, which serves my constituents? The last time it met the 4-hour target was in August 2014, over 5 years ago now. Does he have any sense that the government are still committed to that 4-hour target at all? Or is it going to be another 5 years before my constituents might expect that 4-hour target to be met in our hospital?
My honourable friend makes a very good point, and indeed, these targets were routinely met under the last Labour government, and they were a stricter target as well, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, on cancer waits, the Secretary of State was surprised I was moving to cancer. He shouldn't be surprised, because we have the worst waiting times on record under this Secretary of State. Every single measure of performance is worse than last year. It means, shamefully, 34,200 patients are waiting longer than 2 months for cancer treatment. And what about the waiting lists for consultant-led treatment, Madam Deputy Speaker? We now have 4.4 million people waiting for treatment. An ever-growing list of our constituents waiting longer for knee replacements, hip replacements, valve operations, cataract removals. We have CCGs rationing more. We have trusts delaying surgery, leaving patients in pain and distress. I will give way, and then I'm going to make some progress.
I appreciate my honourable friend's generosity giving way. He's absolutely right about the pressure on trusts. The Chief Executive of my NHS Trust in South Tees has recently resigned, calling the current funding situation underfunded and unsustainable, and warning any more efficiencies are a step too far. Does he agree with me? Beneath this spin, services are at breaking point.
Hear, hear.
I agree, and I'm not surprised that your Trust Chief Executive has taken that action, because we've just been through a decade of the tightest financial squeeze in the history of the NHS, and that is why standards of care have so deteriorated. And since the Honourable Gentleman, the Right Honourable Gentleman, became the Health Secretary, the number of patients waiting more than 18 weeks for treatment under him has jumped from 504,000 to 662,000. Every day he is Health Secretary, another 330 people wait beyond 18 weeks for treatment. People waiting longer for treatment under him. That's his personal record. I'll give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way. He's right to identify delays that are inevitable in a massive state-led system. Would he therefore agree with me that there is a huge opportunity here for individuals to get treatment in other ways as well? I'm speaking here particularly of a couple who I have the privilege to represent in Parliament, who have taken themselves, because they live half the year, to a hospital in Portugal where they spend 6 months, and they have got care there. Now, their care has been refunded by the National Health Service at a rate significantly cheaper than is available in the UK. Should we not welcome individuals who are able to do this? Of course, it's not for everybody, but should we not welcome it as a possibility?
I'm genuinely pleased for his constituents. But there are 4.4 million on the waiting list. It used to be around 2 million, and it's now gone up to 4.4 million. And every day, there's another 330 people waiting longer than 18 weeks for treatment. And when people wait longer than 18 weeks for treatment, not only are they waiting longer in pain, in distress and anxiety, they run serious risk that their health will deteriorate further. And that is what is going on in the National Health Service today under this government. Let me make a little bit of progress, if I may, a little bit more progress, because I have been generous and many have put into speak. But the Queen's speech was heavily spun as about the... you'll get your chance in a moment, Secretary of State. The Queen's speech was heavily spun as about the NHS. He says he's talking nonsense. These are the official figures. He wants to run away from his own failure that so many more people are waiting beyond 18 weeks for treatment. He wants to run away from the A&E crisis that he is doing nothing about. He just thinks an app will solve it all. So that's not a serious approach to the NHS, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, the Queen's speech was, he's not as good as George Osborne used to be either, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Queen's speech was heavily spun as about the NHS, but in fact, it is a missed opportunity to rebuild confidence in the NHS and provide the health services we want. Now, on the bills that were in the Queen's speech, we will scrutinise carefully and engage constructively. We are pleased that the Health Services Safety Investigations Bill has not been abandoned and is back. We will engage with it, and we want to explore with ministers how to strengthen the independence and effectiveness of medical examiners. But if he wants to deliver safe care, we need safe staffing legislation and a fully funded workforce plan, because pressures on staff are immense. And he will know that suicide rate, let me make a little bit of progress, suicide rates for nurses are higher than the national average. Amongst doctors, it is rising. And I congratulate Claire Gerarda for her leadership and mental health support. But yesterday, the Secretary of State suggested on Twitter that all NHS staff would be eligible for this new mental health support when it's actually just doctors and dentists. So I hope he will clarify his remarks from the dispatch box and tell us when 24-hour support for all NHS staff will be available. I also hope he will tell us how he's going to resolve the staffing crisis, because as he knows, we have 100,000 vacancies across the NHS. We're short of over 40,000 nurses. And under this government, we've seen cuts to community and district nursing, we've seen cuts to learning disability nurses, we've seen cuts to mental health nurses, we've seen cuts to health visitors, we've seen cuts to school nurses. And on current trends, we will be short of 108,000 nurses in 10 years' time, according to the King's Fund and Nuffield, friend from Hammersmith.
It's an active speech by my honourable friend, and he's right to talk about rationing. My CCG has started rationing referrals to consultants to clear one of the biggest deficits in the country. Will he also talk about the massive backlog of capital? I've got two world-class hospitals, Hammersmith and Charing Cross, as he knows, £500 million to bring them up to standard. Not a penny of that in what the money that Secretary of State has allocated. Exactly. They're lucky they get a few £1 million of the seed money to plan for works which there is no money to pay for.
My honourable friend for Hammersmith is absolutely right, and the Imperial Trust has got one of the worst maintenance backlogs of all trusts. But I must say, I must congratulate my honourable friend and Hammersmith Labour Council for leading the campaign to save Charing Cross Hospital. And it's because of the pressure of the honourable gentleman that that hospital was saved. I'll give way to the honourable lady from Hull.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Just today, my honourable friend might be aware that the Education Select Committee has published its report into children with special educational needs and disabilities. And one of the things we found was that the staffing shortages is having such an impact upon these children, because it means that the plans being written for these children are written on the basis of what is rationed and available, rather than the basis of what those children actually need. But does my honourable friend agree that what we need is a review of the therapy services around the country, so we can ensure that wherever the child lives, it gets the support it needs?
Honourable friend from Hull is absolutely right, and she brings home how these staffing shortages are impacting service delivery every turn. I'm going to make a little bit of progress, because the whips are looking slightly askance at me because of the numbers who want to get into the debate, and I will make a bit of progress. But there is one bill that will fundamentally impact the staffing in the NHS that is proposed in the Queen's speech, and that is the immigration bill. So can the Secretary of State tell us that this immigration bill that ends free movement and introduces a points-based system, does he recognise that freedom of movement has allowed thousands and thousands of staff from Europe, doctors, nurses, paramedics, care workers, hospital porters, cleaners, to come to the UK to care for our sick and elderly? Does he recognise that our NHS and care sector needs that ongoing flow of workers from the EU? And how does he reconcile the need for the NHS to continue to recruit with the rhetoric and the proposed restrictive policies of the Home Secretary? He will know that Conservative campaigners have lobbied for a salary threshold of £36,700. If that was applied, there are 60,000 current staff in the NHS who are not covered by the shortage occupation list who would be impacted. Is he really going to allow the Home Secretary to introduce a salary threshold of that order, which will hugely impact the ability of the National Health Service to fill vacancies, recruit for the future, and then therefore impact on patient care? I'll give way to St Helens now.
Will my honourable friend join me, and I'm sure all on these benches, in sending our solidarity to NHS workers, Unison members in St Helens and other parts of the country who are on strike this week because despite doing the same job in the same place, wearing the same uniform, they are paid less than their colleagues because they work for an agency. So will he urge Compass to do the right thing, pay these workers properly and commit a Labour government to ensuring we have equal pay for equal work in our NHS?
For St Helens is absolutely right, and this is what happens when privatisation and outsourcing goes wrong. It means workers are worse off, and we should bring an end to it. And also, I'm going to make some progress. I am generally going to make some. I'm going to make some process because safe care. So we need clarification from the Secretary of State on whether he will exempt all NHS staff and all care staff from the shortest occupation list in the immigration bill. Now, safe care also depends on safe facilities. But after years of cuts to capital budgets, hospitals are crumbling, equipment is out of date. In a few moments, the repair bill facing the NHS has now risen to £6.5 billion, more than half of which is considered of serious risk. NHS capital investment has fallen 17% per healthcare worker since 2010. Across the NHS, the estate is reliant on old, outdated equipment, which is why, on diagnosis, for example, the numbers of patients waiting longer than 6 weeks for diagnostic tests and scans has increased from 3,500 under Labour to over 43,000 under this government. And even if in a few moments, and even if he replaces all the MRI scanners, which are more than 10 years old, and he's adopted our policy on that, but even if he replaces all those MRI scanners, we will still be struggling with the lowest numbers of MRI and CT scanners per head of population in Europe. So isn't it time for a proper strategic health review? Now, he will say when he gets up that he has announced plans for 6 new hospital reconfigurations and seed funding for other acute trusts to prepare bids. But there is no guarantee that that funding is in place that the department will give trusts the go-ahead. And seed funding is a curious phrase, Madam Deputy Speaker, because can he confirm that there will be no role for private capital in that seed funding? And can he tell us, because in 2017, the government in their manifesto promised £3 billion of capital funding from the private sector. Is that still the case? Because they claim to have abandoned PFI. We need the clarity today. And in a few moments, let me just finish this point. But if he's announcing new hospitals in CCHQ press releases, he should also announce where he is downgrading hospitals. He should go to Telford and explain why Telford's A&E is closing and he's getting a A&E local. What is that, like a Tesco Express or something, presumably? We would save the A&E at Telford, Madam Deputy Speaker. He went to Chorley recently, where their A&E isn't open overnight. We would put in a rescue package for Chorley, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I wonder if he will be visiting Canterbury, Madam Deputy Speaker, to apologise, because the Prime Minister promised them. She is from Canterbury, I'll give you
Friend for giving way. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that a recent false promise by the Prime Minister for a brand new hospital in Canterbury was extremely irresponsible, as it turned out to be fake news that left my desperate constituents confused and bitterly disappointed?
Because the Prime Minister at the Tory Party conference promised a new hospital only for the department to later confirm that Canterbury wasn't actually on the list. And then the Tory candidate for Canterbury, one Anna Firth, helpfully explained the Prime Minister clearly made a mistake. After all, he can't be on top of every little detail. I mean, I have to say, this is a 450 million rebuild of a hospital. I'll give away to the honourable member from Oadby, Harborough.
I'm very grateful for the honourable gentleman giving way. On the subject of £450 million investments, I wondered if we could have a moment of cross-party positivity and whether he would welcome the £450 million investment in the hospital, which both his constituents and my constituents are going to benefit from. It's a transformative investment. It's a real thing, and we're doing it without PFI. It's wonderful news, and I'm sure he agrees.
Of course I welcome the 450. It just shows what an effective Member of Parliament I am for Leicester South, Madam Deputy. I know the honourable gentleman gets very excitable about this Leicester point, like a sort of semi-house trained pet rabbit, as it were. But let me just tell him about Leicester, because I didn't see him on Question Time in Oadby the other evening. I don't often watch Question Time, and I don't want to be disorderly, so I'll be careful about how I read this out. But the honourable gentleman was on Question Time, and he started going on about Leicester. The audience started shouting out, well, it's unparliamentary, but essentially that he was not being quite truthful in what he was saying. I don't want to fall out of and be disorderly. And then the audience said, jeers, according to this transcript. And then another audience member, they're falling apart. Another audience member, it's shameful. And then another audience member says, in Leicester, it's not a case of throwing money at it. Another audience member says, you're saying you'll invest loads in the Leicester Royal Infirmary, but what about the general? What about the benefit in terms of beds as a whole? And the Secretary of State says, we'll do all those things, and we've guaranteed the money to Leicester, and it's coming in the next couple of years. Audience, laughter. Because the people of Leicester can see what is happening. Because even though he's putting money into Leicester, let me deal with this point, and then I'll move on. Let's say Leicester into Leicester Royal Infirmary. The Leicester General in the constituency next door loses maternity services, loses the hydrotherapy pool, loses renal services, loses him.
Order. Remember, we were all going to try to be polite. The honourable gentleman's talking about hospitals that people care about. We must listen to him. Mr. Ashworth.
Elective orthopaedics, loses urology, loses brain injury and neurological services, loses gynaecology, loses podiatry. And now, if he's saying that the Leicester General, let me just finish this point, and I'll bring in the honourable member from Bosworth. If the Leicester General, and I will bring, let me just finish this point. If the Leicester, well, he's a Leicestershire MP, if she doesn't mind, and he's already had his go. If the Leicester General has a sustainable future under this Secretary of State, the only way it has a sustainable future is if he moves the midwifery unit from St Mary's in Melton Mowbray. And if that is what he's proposing, I hope he's been clear to the Leicestershire MPs. The honourable gentleman from Bosworth. No, you've had a chance.
I'm most grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm most grateful to the right honourable gentleman who is a member for Leicester. But I have to tell the House I'm absolutely astonished by his tone, because almost the entire county and city welcome this huge major investment and reorganisation. And I have to tell him that years ago, my right honourable friend, now left the House, Stephen Dorrell, explained why it was likely the General might close, and that is not the case. And there's this massive investment he should recognize.
But the General is essentially being downgraded, and I want a sustainable future for Leicester. All right, my last intervention, because I've got to sort of get to the honourable gentleman. But let me just finish this point. If I say to the honourable gentleman, the Leicester General is essentially being downgraded. The only thing that remains at the Leicester General is the diabetes unit, unless he's moving midwifery services from St Mary's in Melton Mowbray to Leicester. And if he's doing that, he should be clear with the honourable member for Rutland and Melton.
I appreciate the honourable member being very generous this time. My family just used maternity services at the General last week, right? And we sat on a couch. My wife had not eaten for nearly 24 hours because the General does not have an all electives list for caesarean sections, right? That service will be better when they come together in the new maternity hospital we're going to build. And by the way, we also used St Mary's birthing unit up in Melton Mowbray. It's a brilliant midwife-led unit, and we're not going to close it.
Yeah. There we go. But the only way the Leicester General has a sustainable future, in their own plans, these are the plans the Secretary of State has signed off, from the Leicester Trust. The only way the Leicester General has that sustainable future is if that midwifery unit at St Mary's moves to the Leicester General. And I'm sorry his family got a poor service at Leicester General. My daughter was born at the Leicester General as well and got an excellent service. I really do feel I need to move on because I think the House is getting slightly tired of us focusing on our constituency issues, and I'm abusing my position. If I may, I'll try and hopefully get in a bit because I am testing the indulgence of the House on the issue of Leicester. Right. Now, in the Queen's speech, there are also proposals on mental health, and we look forward to the mental health white paper, and we hope that Sir Simon Westley's review is quickly implemented. But Sir Simon Westley also called for significant capital investment in the mental health estate. Yet none of the hospitals he has announced include mental health trusts. No, they don't. The hospitals he announced at the Tory Party conference, none of them include mental health trusts. And he knows there are 1,000 beds in old-style, dormitory-style wards in desperate need of upgrade. He knows we have problems with anti-ligature works that desperately need doing in mental health trusts because they're putting lives at risk every day. And on social care, we were told we were going to have the big solution to social care. He was briefing that it was the previous Chancellor, the Honourable Member for Runnymede, who was holding him back, and he was going to give us a solution on social care. And what does it say? We've not got a social care green paper. We've not got social care proposals. We will get proposals on social care in due course. He's kicking the can on social care down the road again. And then that lets me come to the Health and Social Care Act, which in the second reading debate, this Health and Social Care Act was described by the new Minister. I welcome her to her elevation to the Treasury bench. It was remiss of me not to do that earlier. But she, in the second reading of the Health and Social Care debate in 2012, said it was one of the most exciting bills to have been put before Parliament in the 62 years since the NHS was established. And we were told that there was going to be legislation to undo the worst excesses of that Lansley Act. But all we're getting, apparently, is draft legislation, again, in due course, is the wording in the explanatory notes to the Queen's speech.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. I had the privilege of sitting on both of the committees in relation to the 2012 Health and Social Care Bill as it was then. And Section 75 is particularly punitive in terms of its requirements for clinical commissioning groups to put all contracts out to tender. £25 billion worth of public money has gone to the private sector, with implications of an increase in health inequalities, both in access and outcomes. Doesn't my honourable friend think this is an absolute travesty?
Absolutely.
Just before the honourable gentleman answers the intervention, he's been very generous in taking interventions, and that is good for the debate. But I'm sure he'll bear in mind that he has been at the dispatch box for nearly half an hour. And I just say to him gently that that's all right with me, but he will incur the wrath of those who are waiting to speak later in the debate when they only get 3 minutes. Mr. Ashworth.
For your guidance, Madam District, and you're absolutely right. I will not take any more interventions, and I will move to the wrapping up. But my honourable friend from Oldham is absolutely right. The compulsory competitive tendering provisions of this Act has forced through the privatisation of £9 billion worth of contracts. Everything which was promised in this Act, from delivering on health inequalities to delivering more integrated care, has not come to fruition, which is why now everybody understands it needs to be repealed. But there's another reason why it needs to be repealed, is this, that while that Act is on the statute book, it runs the risk of the NHS being sold off in a Trump trade deal. Because, Madam Deputy, because under the World Trade Organization, public services can only be excluded from trade deals where either there is no competition with private providers or where they are not run for profit. Yet through the enforced competitive tendering of contracts through the Lansley Act, it means private health providers already operate in competition with public NHS providers. And the so-called standstill, ratchet clauses and the interstate dispute mechanisms would mean a Trump trade deal would lock in the privatisation of our NHS ushered in by the Health and Social Care Act, and any government government, I'm going to finish. And any government seeking to undo that privatisation in a trade deal is liable to getting sued in an international tribunal by private international investors, and there is no appeal. It happened in Slovakia, it happened in Canada, and it happened in Australia. It's not taking back control, it's a democratic outrage. And it's not just about selling off the NHS. We know that Donald Trump wants to break our pharmaceutical market as well, forcing us to buy more expensive drugs from the US and crippling our National Health Service. So if Tory MPs want to save the NHS, they should vote with us in the lobbies tonight, because the party that created the NHS, the party that has always rebuilt the NHS, the party that will end the privatisation of the NHS is the Labour Party, and no one will trust the Tories with the NHS.
The original question was that a humble address be presented to Her Majesty as on the order paper. Since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper, the question is that the amendment be made. Secretary of State, Mr. Matt Hancock.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of this Queen's speech, which has more action on health than any Queen's speech in a generation. At its heart, it has 5 major legislative reforms that will set the course of health and social care for years to come. I'll turn to each of these in a moment, but I just wanted to address something that the honourable gentleman opposite said. Let me be completely clear. The NHS is not and never will be for sale under this Conservative administration. The Prime Minister made it abundantly clear, the President made it clear, the NHS will not be on the table. And we know why the Labour Party likes to spread this nonsense about the NHS, because they haven't got anything constructive to say. They don't want to talk about Brexit because they've decided not to decide on their position, and instead they're trying to scare some of the most vulnerable people in our society, the very people they claim to represent. Mr. Speaker, the nonsense we just heard shows that the party opposite will stop at nothing to hide their Brexit position, which is just for more delay, more confusion, more indecision, and it shows the Labour leadership is not up to the job of governing their own party, let alone the country. By contrast, the Conservative Party has protected and nurtured the NHS for 44 years of its 71-year history. On this side of the House, we are the party of the NHS, and I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. When trying to assess what Labour might do if they were in government, shouldn't we look at the words of Nye Bevan when he said, "Why gaze in the crystal ball when you can read the book?" And don't we have the book of the NHS under Labour control in Wales to look at, which is an appalling mess?
There is no doubt that looking at the facts of the delivery of the NHS in Wales, we see what happens to an NHS under Labour control. And I support all those who work in the NHS in Wales. They do a great job, but sadly, it is harder to deliver the NHS in Wales. But there's another argument too. In a minute, there's another argument too. We know that you can only fund good public services and the NHS with a strong economy, and the plans of the party opposite would ruin it. I'll give way to the honourable lady.
For giving way, but I think it's absolutely disgusting that he can stand there and say that about the NHS in Wales, when it is this government that underfunds the NHS in the whole of the UK.
Absolutely. Well, I did find it surprising that the honourable gentleman opposite didn't mention the £33.9 billion largest and longest funding settlement in history. But I would also note this, Madam Deputy Speaker. Funding for the NHS under the Welsh Government in Wales has risen more slowly than it has in England because we've funded the NHS properly. I'll give way over there.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and can I also thank him for his announcements earlier this year, first to guarantee A&E at Charing Cross Hospital, and secondly for the floor-by-floor refurbishment of that hospital. Last month, Hammersmith and Fulham CCG told me that the very popular Parsons Green Walk-in Centre would have to change to appointment only after the 31st of December due to a rule change. Can he confirm that there is no need for them to do that, and that the future of the walk-in centre at Parsons Green is as bright and rosy as that of Charing Cross Hospital?
Yes, I can give that confirmation. I have seen some reports from the local Labour Party putting fears into people's minds about the future of Parsons Green Walk-in Centre. There are no plans to close this centre, and anybody who says so is simply scaremongering. And I'm absolutely delighted at the campaign that my right honourable friend ran to save the A&E and to save the services in West London, and it was thanks to him and his efforts that we managed to do exactly that. And I'll give way to the right honourable lady.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to the Health Secretary for giving way. Does he not feel ashamed that we have the highest rate of child mortality in Western Europe? We have a declining life expectancy. For women, it's getting worse. For deprived areas, it's getting worse. We're one of the only developed countries where that is happening. And that is partly because as a result of the underfunding of the NHS, but more widely because of austerity.
I'm afraid to say, and because I have a great regard for the campaigning that the Honourable Lady does on many topics, I'm afraid to say that she was factually inaccurate in what she said just now, and it's not true. Now, we are putting in the largest and longest investment into the NHS in its history, and I think that's the right thing to do. I'll give way over here.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Might I just tell the Secretary of State what an amazing job he's doing for Leicestershire and how proud the county is of this forward investment. But may I draw to his attention the NHS carbon footprint in England, which is around 27 million of carbon dioxide equivalents, and suggest to him that with these new hospital builds across the country, he ought to make better use of zero carbon medicines and treatments. And that means embracing acupuncture, herbal medicine, homeopathy, chiropractic and osteopathy. And will he make sure that the osteopaths, the chiropractors who've been regulated by Act of Parliament since 93 and 94 work with the orthopaedic surgeons?
Well, I'm absolutely delighted to work with my honourable friend on that subject and also on the capital investment into Leicester. I mean, I don't want to go too long into the issue of Leicester because it was almost like we had an adjournment debate. But I would say this. When we have announced 40 new hospitals over the next decade, 40 new hospitals, which we will ensure include carbon neutral and green elements, and we've discussed that. Whilst we're doing that, such is the Honourable Gentleman Opposite's commitment to opposition that he even opposes the new hospital we're building in his constituency. £450 million of investment, which he describes and described on the 29th of September as downgrading, where he talked about the local opposition. Long-term investment that the Trust Chief Executive describes as completely transformational. He should rejoice at this excellent news. Madam Deputy Speaker, he is so good at opposition. I've got a long-term plan for the Honourable Gentleman, which is to keep him in opposition for the long term. I'll give way to...
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and he will be aware of the successful campaign that I fought to secure £36 million for Walsall Manor Hospital to get a new A&E department. So when he's passing junction 10 of the M6, will he come in to meet staff with me who are delighted with that investment?
It was thanks to my honourable friend's campaigning and bringing to light the importance of the upgrade to the A&E at Walsall Hospital that we've been able to make that investment. There is no greater spokesman for the people of Walsall than my honourable friend. And I can't wait. Next time I'm going up the M6 to turn left at junction 10 and pay it a visit. And I'll give way over here and then a few more.
Secretary of State talks about rejoicing, and the opposition talked about the hospitals that he should visit. Can I say he's welcome in Burton any time? Last time he came, as a result, we had £22 million invested in the health village, and just this week he's announced another £11 million for 2 new operating theatres. This is proof that it's this government that's investing in our NHS. It's safe in our hands.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll tell you exactly what happened. My honourable friend invited me to Burton. I looked at the changes that need to happen. I talked to the NHS, and we then announced not 1 but 2 upgrades as a result, thanks to the campaigning of my honourable friend. And I'll take my honourable friend from Cheltenham, and then I'll come over.
Friend, Gloucestershire health managers, supported by around £50 million of public money, are in the process of reconfiguring hospital services in Gloucestershire. But in light of evidence which suggested that A&E in Cheltenham might be earmarked for closure, I, together with my honourable friends for Tewkesbury and Cotswolds, have led a campaign to keep A&E at Cheltenham. I know my right honourable friend has taken a close interest in this issue. Can he now, from the dispatch box, give us an update on this issue, which is so important for me, my constituents, my honourable friends, and indeed everyone in Gloucestershire?
Madam Deputy Speaker, yes, I can. In light of the extensive representations that my honourable friend made regarding the A&E in Cheltenham, I've spoken to the Chief Executive of Gloucester Hospitals Trust, and I can announce that the A&E will remain open and that no proposals to close the A&E at Cheltenham will be part of the forthcoming consultation. I'll give way over there.
Some help when I tell him I am quite thankful to him, because after a massive and wonderful campaign in Huddersfield, we are keeping our A&E open. And the £20 million that we've got for that and for some other maintenance work is very, very acceptable. But will he accept an invitation to come to Huddersfield to see the potential for a new hospital that could be an absolute iconic building of the future innovative National Health Service?
Well, I'll absolutely look at that, and I think that the new hospital is going to be absolutely terrific up in his part of the world. I'll also put on the record my gratitude to the member for Calder Valley, who as a whip hasn't been allowed to speak on this issue in this House, but privately has been campaigning hard. And it shows what happens when local MPs have a positive attitude towards the future of NHS. Crikey, I'll give way to my own friend from Mansfield.
While we're talking about positive hospital stories, I'd just like to raise with him the case of Sherwood Forest Hospitals Trust, which has gone from special measures to good rated and is now nominated for the Hospital Trust of the Year award, which is a fantastic story for the NHS and those local services under a Conservative government. But I wanted to move him on slightly to health inequalities, if I can. We had a Green Paper earlier in the year about smoking cessation, and in Mansfield we have one of the highest levels of smoking still left in the country. I think 4th worst in the country, over 23%. We've set a target of 2030 to try and reduce those smoking levels, but that needs action. Can I ask him if he's going to take that action in the near future?
Yes, there is no greater spokesman for Mansfield than my honourable friend, and he's absolutely right about smoking as well. We have set a target of ending smoking by 2030. It's a stretching target, but I think that there's an awful lot that we need to do to achieve it. I'm going to give way a few more times and then make some progress. I'll give way to my honourable friend for Telford, who's already intervened on the Prime Minister today, and I hope that I can help out.
To my right honourable friend for giving way, and I'm also grateful to him for coming to Telford to have a look at the Women and Children's Unit, which 6 months later he signed off an approval to have it closed. And it's very galling to listen to all the goodies for all that is being distributed, but unfortunately not for Telford. So I would like to invite the Minister to come back and listen to the people of Telford and actually hear why they value their Women and Children's Unit.
My honourable friend has campaigned incredibly hard. As she knows, the local NHS brought forward the plan that we are then proposing amending, and I'm working on that with her. But I'm delighted to announce also that the Princess Royal in Telford will be benefiting from £4 million of winter capital funding that will come on stream for this winter, partly as a result of my honourable friend's campaigning. And I'll give way to my honourable friend next door.
I'm grateful for the Secretary of State giving way, and whilst I like personally the Shadow Secretary of State, who we get on very, very well on a personal basis, I don't expect an apology from him. But is it not the case that he's got it wrong on the A&E as far as the Princess Royal Hospital in Telford is concerned? It is not closing. We're having the very latest modern thinking on how A&E care is delivered through an A&E local. But I wonder whether the Secretary of State could perhaps put a little bit more flesh on the bones of what that means.
My honourable friend is right that the local NHS came forward with its plans, but I want to make sure that there are continued A&E facilities in Telford, and that is what we're going to come forward with. We're working on the details of that, and he'll be the first to know. I'll give way over here, and then to my honourable friend from Scotland.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for giving way? When he does go to Telford, could I suggest he speaks to Councillor Sean Davies, because he will also tell him the needs that are in Telford. As was said by the Honourable Gentleman Burton, we are blessed in Staffordshire with some first-class facilities that have been supported by the last Labour government. Our problem is that our CCGs are all in financial deficit. Half of the failing CCGs in the country are in Staffordshire. So with the new money that's going into the health service, can the Secretary of State tell me what he's going to do to address the disparity in funding? Because Stoke-on-Trent rates 13th for social and health inequalities, but 48th for funding. So if money will follow need, we can dig ourselves out of our hole.
Well, the honourable gentleman raises the problem across Staffordshire. Of course, there is. We are trying to ensure that the NHS in Staffordshire looks forward with confidence, and that does, of course, include addressing long-standing financial issues for which it has had extra support over the last few years. I pay tribute to all of the NHS staff right across Staffordshire who have done great work, especially in Stoke and in Stafford, to make sure that the hospital provision there can really look forward with confidence. And I was going to give way to this, and then to...
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. He was referencing spending on healthcare across the United Kingdom. In fact, Scotland has benefited to the increases in healthcare spending in England, but not all of the money that comes to Scotland through the Barnett formula has been spent on healthcare in Scotland. In fact, had spending increases kept up to date in Scotland with England, we'd have £500 million more to be spent on Scotland's NHS.
Well, there speaks the voice of Scotland, because it is absolutely true that as we have put record amounts of funding into the NHS in England, so that funding proportionately flows through the Barnett formula to Scotland, but the Scottish Government has refused to increase proportionately the funding for the NHS in Scotland, and I wish they'd increased it as quick as we have in England, with the faster increase in the numbers of doctors and in nurses that we've seen in England than in Scotland. And I'll give way to the honourable gentleman back.
Could he help me and point me towards an online resource that gives the evidence base for the decisions that he has made on locations of A&E departments and the like? Because clearly, if you speak to any medical professional, they will say you need a regional, dare I say, national plan in order to make sure that access to emergency care is equal for every citizen in England and Wales.
He's got a very important point, that capital investment needs to be strategic, and the new health infrastructure plan, as I was discussing at the Select Committee yesterday, is intended to put in place that long-term plan for capital investment, and we're building the 40 new hospitals over the next decade. I got some flack, it might be fair to say, from the party opposite for proposing 10 years worth of new hospitals, because they preferred, they said that only the first part of that, so-called HIP 1, should be announced. I don't think that's true, because what we need is a long-term approach to capital investment with 40 new hospitals over the next decade. And I'll give way to my honourable friend from Winchester, and then to the honourable lady opposite.
Okay. So further to thank you. Further to that intervention, Secretary of State, can I thank you for the vote of confidence that you've shown in the NHS in Winchester, and always be willing to listen. After a very difficult CQC report last year, we managed to secure investment to transform the A&E department, and the member for Gosport sitting next but one to him came and visited, and saw that recently. What we are doing, working with the STP across Hampshire, is reimagining what a DGH looks like. And it is a real vote of confidence in Winchester, and can I encourage him to come down 1 hour on the train from Waterloo to see where a new District General Hospital is emerging, delivering long-term, safe and sustainable services in Winchester?
Absolutely, I'd love to, and I frankly, whether I pay tribute to his work both on the prevention agenda and on public health in government, but also in ensuring that this long-term plan approach we have to capital investment with a new hospital in Winchester over the next decade will give the time to plan to ensure that that investment brings the whole health system together in Winchester and really delivers for the people of Winchester. And with him as the local representative, I've got absolutely no doubt that's what's going to happen. I'll give it over here and then to my honourable friend. Yes?
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State. Now, on that subject of strategic capital investment, he'll be well aware that static PET-CT cancer scanning equipment is world-renowned, particularly that at the Churchill Hospital, for helping patients, and is much more effective than mobile scanning technology. So why have I discovered, having been told that there would not be privatisation of the services at the Churchill, that we would not see that material change there, that instead a private provider with mobile scanning equipment is going to be the backup to the NHS provided service, that it's going to be dealing with the complex cases from across the Thames Valley, and even worse, that the chief exec of the local hospital has had to accept an NDA around the contract negotiations. How can he justify this?
This is a decision taken by the local NHS. The proposals that we're putting forward in law, if a debate in this Queen's speech, are to change those regulations in a way we must absolutely get the best solutions for local patients. And I'll come to this point, if I may, in my speech, before taking some more interventions. I'll come to this point, because I want to address very specifically the amendment that has been laid down in the name of opposition members, because it's not only unnecessary, it's also counterproductive. And I think it would do the opposite of what they themselves say they intend. We believe on this side of the House, as I think is true across the House, in a publicly funded NHS, free at the point of use, according to need, not ability to pay. They say they want a publicly provided NHS. I think what matters is what delivers best for patients. And let's look at this point of... Just let me explain my argument, and then I will give way. Let's look at this point of publicly provided. What isn't currently publicly provided? What about drugs and pharmaceuticals? Is he really saying, the honourable gentleman opposite, that only drugs manufactured by the NHS can be used in an NHS hospital? That's what his amendment says. Will he go and tell that to the patients who use Brineura or aspirin or cutting-edge cancer treatments? Or what about the new breakthrough announced this morning that could delay the onset of Alzheimer's? My grandmother died with dementia. His motion would stop access to new drugs because he is against anything that isn't publicly provided. On this side, we reject that ideology. What about other things that the NHS buys? Will he only buy pencils that are manufactured by the NHS? What about all those blasted fax machines? Is he suggesting that the NHS starts to manufacture its own fax machines? I want to abolish the fax machines in the NHS. He wants to nationalise them. Give way.
Very grateful to my right honourable friend. He's making a very powerful point. Would he also agree with me that the party opposite, by insisting on public provision, would also abandon virtually the entire primary care network in this country, which is provided by private businesses owned and run by doctors?
Yes. My honourable friend's point and mine is so aligned to my own that that is the very next line in my speech. What of services? GPs, dentists, opticians, pharmacists, they are all privately provided into the NHS. They have been since Bevan, and this hard left motion would nationalise them. Now, Mr. Speaker, I like the honourable member opposite. He is a good and sensible man. So I can only assume that he's been captured by the militant hard left within his party, whose aggressive proto-Marxist ideology I know deep down he shares little sympathy for. He is far more right-wing than Jeremy Corbyn, and I know it because we've got it on the record. This is what he used to say. There's always been a private element of health provision in this country. That's what he used to say. That's what he really thinks, but he's hostage to the hardliners and he's captured by Corbyn. I'll certainly give way to my friend.
Secretary of State is very generous in giving way. He knows full well what I'm going to raise with him at my intervention. which is the prescribed medical use of cannabis. In my speech later on, I'll talk about the nationalisation and privatisation that took place under Labour, Darcy clinics and polyclinics and PFIs. But something we could do today for families that are desperate today, families that are willing to go on hunger strike and sell their homes because they can't afford the medication, which this government has allowed to be prescribed for children that have severe forms of epilepsy and seizures. I know there's a lot of work going on, Secretary of State, but these families are desperate. There will be hunger strikes soon, and people are selling their homes. We must give them the opportunity to protect their children.
Yes, I entirely understand where my honourable friend's coming from, and he's been a tireless campaigner on this. And I also, on this point, want to welcome the cross-party approach that was set out by the honourable gentleman opposite. And this is an important thing to get right. Now, of course, each decision for an individual patient has got to be clinically led. We can't have MPs calling for specific clinical interventions, and I think he and everybody recognises that. But there is a problem in the system here. I've asked the medical director of the NHS to lead the work to resolve the problem, and we are working on it, and I look forward to meeting with him and others with an interest in this soon. I'll give way over there and then over here.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend giving way. May I, on behalf of my constituents, give a very warm welcome to his announcement this afternoon of extra funding to keep the A&E at Cheltenham open. My constituents already have to travel 25 miles to get to Cheltenham. This will be a huge relief to them.
We've been able to give that assurance and thank my honourable friend for the work that he's done.
Thank you, Secretary of State, for giving way. This is further to the point made by the honourable member for Stirling. As this chamber has heard me say before, pregnant mothers have a 200-mile round trip to give birth from Caithness to Inverness. Some months ago, a mother of twins gave birth to those twins 52 miles apart on the A9 from Caithness. Only in the last 2 days, a pregnant mother came all the way down from Caithness, then to have hours of agony because there wasn't a bed ready for her. It is a devolved matter, I concede, but would HM Government please, for my sake, for my constituents' sake, share the best safety practice with the Scottish Government and with National Health Service Highland?
We'll absolutely do that. He's quite right that this is a devolved matter in terms of the provision, and we've already had a debate about the relative funding increases. But this case clearly needs looking at very seriously, and I'll make sure that I get in contact with my colleagues in the Scottish Government who are responsible for the provision of this service to make sure that it's looked at properly. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman over there.
And I enjoy the knockabout that's been going on, but will he accept that the NHS reforms brought in by Andrew Lansley actually led to a fragmentation and a duplication and inefficiencies which we are now trying to remedy by reconstructing, bringing together groups as we are in North East London, and that therefore there is merit in that part of the opposition's amendment?
Secretary of State answers the intervention. I will say to him what I said to the spokesman for the opposition, that he has been very generous in taking interventions, but having been at the dispatch box for nearly half an hour, I hope he will be careful not to incur the wrath of backbenchers who will have to wait till 7 o'clock to speak.
Yes, I am trying to take as many interventions as is reasonable, and I feel like I've been sitting down for most of the half an hour that I've technically been speaking. No, hold on, I haven't even answered the previous intervention before I take this one. So, if I may, the truth is that the NHS has themselves proposed measures that will make it easier to run the NHS, to reduce bureaucracy, to change the procurement rules that we discussed. And ultimately, these responses, with nearly 190,000 responses to their consultation, have the support of the Royal Colleges, the Local Government Association, the unions. They've all supported these legislative proposals. We're working on the detailed plans. They do change some of the measures put forward in the 2012 Act, and we will make sure that we cut out that red tape and bureaucracy and streamline the procurement and support integration and make sure that the record investment we're putting in gets as much as possible to the front line. They also help us with recruitment. I can announce to the House the latest figures for GP recruitment, which I know is a matter of interest to lots of colleagues. Building on the record numbers in training this year, this year we have 3,530 GPs in training, the highest ever number in history. And that is all part of our long-term plan. The measures in the long-term plan bill would also strengthen our approach to capital. Now, we've discussed the 40 new hospitals in the health infrastructure plan, but I can tell the House this also. There won't be funding a single penny by PFI in the health infrastructure plan. We have cancelled it. And I've done a little research into the history. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wanted to let the House into a little secret that I've discovered. Who was it who was working in Downing Street, driving through Gordon Brown's doomed PFI schemes that have hampered hospitals for decades? The PFIs that lead to £300 to change a light bulb, that means millions have been spent on debt and not on the front line. Who was it? Who was it? Tucked away at the Treasury, hamstringing the hospitals. It was the honourable gentleman opposite. So when we hear about privatisation in the NHS, we've got the culprit number one sitting opposite us who wasted all of that money. We're cancelling PFI and we're funding the new hospitals properly, and I'll give it away.
That subject of investment, could I welcome the investment that he's making in Kent, not actually just in hospitals, but actually in healthcare centres. We have a GP's surgery that is no longer fit for purpose, and working alongside the County Council, another wonderful Conservative institution, he is providing healthcare to people closer to home and nearer to where they want it. Can I welcome that enormously and urge him to do exactly the same for the hospital in Tunbridge, which, as he knows, because I keep nobbling him on this one, we need much more investment in to have those community beds close to home.
You're absolutely right about getting community beds closer to home. I've just got, there's 4 other measures in the Queen's speech that I want to mention briefly.
Borish Johnson.
He's made a very serious allegation about my right honourable friend, and I've been in this House a long time. I remember when PFI started, Madam Deputy Speaker, under the John Major government.
Order. A point of information, not a point of order. I make no comment on it, Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I will debate the honourable gentleman's involvement in PFI that hamstrung the hospitals every day of the week. I now, though, come on.
I'm delighted he has elevated me as a 25-year-old advisor in the Treasury. But I remember sitting in that box as a special advisor, listening to Tory shadow health secretaries calling for more PFIs in the NHS, and he was an advisor to George Osborne. What about this in 2011? George Osborne backs 61 PFI projects. The Chancellor is pressing ahead with the private financial initiative on a multi-billion pound scale. He should be apologising for PFI.
In 2011, I was the MP for West Suffolk, and I opposed PFI in opposition, and I've opposed PFI ever since, and I'm delighted that the government is cancelling it. And it is just such a shame that the honourable gentleman opposite spent so many years driving through PFI when we could have built better hospitals for less money if we'd properly put them on the books of the nation's balance sheet, as we are doing now. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I will take 2 more interventions, and then I must get through the rest of the Queen's speech.
I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Just in Essex, in mid-Essex, we have got 300 new nurse recruits. We've got new specialist services cutting wasting time. We've got amazing new mental health for women with postnatal depression. We've got an amazing new A&E emergency village at Broomfield Hospital, and the brand new medical school training the GPs of the future. Declare an interest, because I've joined the board since I visited it with you. I am shocked by this amendment today if it would stop us from being able to access new medicines. And can I ask the Secretary of State, my right honourable friend, to look at also a new approach to make sure those medicines get to children with very rare diseases?
My honourable friend, who is a brilliant advocate of her local community and who I visited the new medical school with, makes an incredibly important point about access to new medicines. We want to bring more access to new medicines rather than saying that if it isn't made by the state, then people shouldn't have it, which is the approach that is outlined in this amendment. And I just want to turn to the Medicines and Medical Devices Bill in the Queen's speech, because the intervention was precisely on this point, that the potential of technology to bring new treatments and new devices is more exciting now than at any point in generations. And the new bill, the Medicines and Medical Devices Bill, will allow our world-beating life sciences industry to be world leaders. Now, I don't think that we should insist on a state-run medicine company, and I don't think we should be requisitioning intellectual property. We should leave that aside, not least because we already have some of the cheapest medical drugs in Europe. They seem to want to create a British rail-style drug system, inefficient, always breaking down and arriving too late. The ABPI said Labour's plans, $183 billion that the industry spends annually on research and development for new drugs would, and I quote, disappear. Now, the ABPI is a sober and respected organisation. The proposals would cost taxpayers billions, and they would risk all the work that goes to save lives. Industry knows they're nonsense. We know they're nonsense. In his heart, the honourable gentleman knows it's nonsense, and the country will see straight through him. I'll give way. And then
I thank the Secretary of State. I just want to give me the opportunity to deliver on a promise I made to the parents of 4-year-old Michael, in my constituency, who asked me to personally thank you because it was as a result of your intervention that Michael, who has Batten's disease, which is childhood Alzheimer's, has access to the drug that would save his life. This is groundbreaking treatment, and it's because this government is investing in the NHS that Michael's life will be saved.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. It was incredibly moving to meet some of the children with Batten's disease in my office downstairs here, who needed access to world-class drugs that are expensive drugs, yes, but we needed to get them on a price that was affordable to the NHS. I met the parents, met some of the children. It was incredibly moving. And some of the twins, where one twin had access to the drug and the other didn't, and just to see the difference in their development. And then we did the negotiation with the company. We got the drugs on the NHS. That is how we should be providing world-class drugs. That's how it's been done under sensible Labour administrations. And I just would urge the opposition, even if it may sound good when they look in the mirror, it is not sensible to undermine our world-class life sciences in this way, and I hope that they think again. Now, if I may, I'll give way to the honourable friend.
Order. Point of order.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we've been talking now for nearly half an hour, and yet the Secretary of State hasn't really referred to the amendment in relationship to the relationship between public health and trade. In particular, the ability of tribunals and companies to sue.
Order. That's not a point of order, it's a point of debate. But I understand the honourable gentleman's frustration, so I will repeat what I said earlier, that the Secretary of State, as with the opposition spokesman, has been most dutiful in taking lots of interventions and I have allowed these interventions because I recognise that members want to refer to particular hospitals and other things in their own constituencies. Therefore, I have allowed this, but I'm now encouraging the Secretary of State to cease being so... No, it's not a point of order if I say it's not a point of order. I encourage the Secretary of State to make progress and I appreciate his generosity to his colleagues, but we will have to make some progress.
Well, quite right. I'm voting for you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me be... look, On the point that the honourable gentleman, who I will not give way to, I'm just not going to give way after that nonsense. I'm not going to give way after that nonsense. On the point that he raises, maybe he wasn't here at the start, but on the first page of my speech, it says this: the NHS is not and never will be for sale under this government. The Prime Minister and the President have made it abundantly clear that the NHS will not be on the table in any trade talks. How many times do I have to say it? I'll say it every day of the week. And I'll give way to my friend.
Sit down. He's giving way to his honourable friend.
Thank my right honourable friend for giving way. He will be aware of the number of women across the country, including Elaine Holmes in East Renfrewshire, whose lives have been ruined by vaginal mesh. And one of the big problems that they have had has been the very poor response by the MHRA to patient concerns around device licensing. Will the bill that he's talking about give an opportunity to look again at how the licensing regime works, in particular how it responds to patient concerns?
Yes, absolutely, that will be addressed. And we've also got the report by Baroness Cumberledge looking into specifically this matter, which is incredibly important for many people. We've absolutely got to get it right. There are 3 further measures I want to touch on briefly. First, the Health Service Safety Investigations Bill. Millions of people receive life-saving care in the NHS, but saving lives also does involve risk. And what's important is that we learn both when things go well and when things go badly, and we want to create that learning culture right across the NHS. And this legislation will establish in law the first independent body of its kind to investigate patient safety concerns and share recommendations to improve care. And I want to pay tribute to my predecessor, the Right Honourable Member for South West Surrey, for all of his ongoing work in this area. Fourth, I want to turn to adult social care. We've already announced a new £1 billion grant for social care to address urgent needs, building on the 11% rise in social care budgets over recent years. We've got to end the injustice that means after a lifetime of hard work, of striving and saving, people are being forced to sell their home to pay for care. And I'll give way.
I commend my right honourable friend for the work he is doing to improve patient safety. Will he also look at how whistleblowing is being managed in the NHS? We have had a very concerning number of issues surrounding the whistleblowing area in my local Dudley healthcare provider. And I do feel that we have not managed to get a free and open environment for whistleblowers all through the NHS yet.
I very much agree with my, my honourable friend. And in many trusts, this has gone very well over the last few years, and there is a much more open culture, a less hierarchical culture. There is less bullying, more openness to challenge. But that is not the case in every part of the NHS, and it needs to change. And the HSIB bill directly addresses this. And if she can, this is a bill I hope, after the welcome given by the honourable gentleman opposite, will proceed on an essentially consensual basis, so that we can, and I am open-minded, he's saying yes, which I'm very grateful for, I'm open-minded to changes, for improvements, to listening to the experts and those with constituency cases that they can bring to bear to make sure this bill is the best it possibly can be. Yes.
I'm most grateful to my right honourable, and I hope very much to address the HSIB bill later in my own remarks. But there's one important element that he didn't include in the characteristic of these investigations, which are to find the causes of clinical incidents without blame. It is not about satisfying a complaint, it's about finding without blame, in order to be able to talk about things going wrong without blaming people. It's about understanding the clinical human factors that lead to people to make perfectly understandable mistakes.
Quite right, and Madam Deputy Speaker, I missed out the paragraph because I was trying to shorten my speech to say that the purpose of this bill is to enable staff to speak openly and honestly about errors without fear of blame or liability, which is exactly the point that my honourable friend, right honourable friend? Honourable so far, friend has made and has paid an awful lot of attention to in the drafting and the pre-legislative scrutiny of this bill. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will turn to the proposals on mental health, because this country has been on a journey over a generation to recognise that mental health is as important as physical health. And there have been contributions to this change in mindset from all sides of the political debate, from members of the Labour Party, from especially the member from North Norfolk, to whom I pay tribute, and very much from the government benches too. I'd also like to take a moment to say how much I value the enormous contribution that the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex have made to changing attitudes towards mental health on this journey. But the Mental Health Act is nearly 40 years old, and some of our law is still shaped by 19th century acts and indeed their views of mental illness, and this is completely out of place in the 21st century. Of course.
Very grateful for my honourable friend for giving way. I think people from across the House will be united in terms of ensuring that we do reform the Mental Health Act. Can I encourage him, as part of the proposals to improve respect and dignity for those that are in treatment, that we look at individual care plans and make sure that everyone who is discharged from some sort of residential treatment actually does receive an individual care plan, but also has access to home visits, especially in those first 72 hours?
Yes, I will look precisely into what my honourable friend raises, because care plans should be the norm, and across the country there are now a high proportion of people leaving inpatient care have a care plan in place, and if it's not high enough in her area, I will look into it, I will write to her and make sure that she gets the full details. I'll give way, yes, here, and then...
Again, for the Secretary of State giving way, he's been very generous. I just wonder what conversations he's had with the Secretary of State for Defence on those people that are medically discharged with mental health issues from the military and then transitioning into civilian life and having healthcare provided in Civvy Street, as it were, and the pathway for care, making sure that it's unbroken, it's consistent, and it's a wraparound service as they transition out of the military.
Yes. This is another incredibly important point, and I met the new Minister for Veterans, the member for Plymouth, who I'll be working with, and with the Minister for Mental Health to address exactly that sort of concern. So this is a long overdue. You want to give way?
Before he leaves mental health, I wonder if he'll address the issue, which really is an issue that's been around for far too long, the issue of 2,300 autistic people and people with learning disabilities in inpatient units. Last week, the CQC announced that 1 in 10 of those units was inadequate, and he knows, and I've written to him about it, Bethany, the young woman who's still in seclusion, still in a locked cell. Yeah. When is he going to do something about those 2,300 people?
Yes. We are absolutely acting on this area that she quite rightly raises. The number who are in inpatient facilities who have learning disabilities and or autism has been falling. The number has fallen from 2,700 a couple of years ago to 2,250 on the latest figures. We have a plan to reduce the number further. We've got to make sure that everybody who is who comes out of inpatient facilities has the proper care plan, the community support to make sure that that is a sustained change in circumstance. It's something we're working incredibly hard on. In fact, I was having a meeting with the Minister for Care only yesterday on precisely this issue, and I'm very happy to ensure that she gets a full briefing on what we're doing. I'm very happy to give way.
Well, the Secretary of State takes the intervention from the Honourable Lady from Liverpool Wavertree. I simply make the point that 35 honourable members wish to speak, and therefore I think I can say with great confidence that the Right Honourable Gentleman is approaching his peroration. Luciana Berger.
I thank the Secretary of State for very kindly giving way, and I welcome the fact that he is going to be taking forward the recommendations of the independent review into the Mental Health Act on legislation. Can I ask him if that will be accompanied by the recommendation by Sir Simon Westley that the sector needs £800 million of capital infrastructure to bring mental health settings up to the same standard as physical health care?
I want to pay tribute to the work that Sir Simon has done in bringing this forward. We are absolutely looking at the capital requirements as well as the requirements for revenue funding, which have gone up in this area. We'll be publishing a white paper by the end of the year, and then we'll bring forward the new mental health bill in the first instance as a draft bill. Mental health is a priority for the government. These reforms need to be done with care and I hope again with consensus. The timetable for reform is that requested by the mental health community, but make no mistake, we will act and I'm very happy to talk to her with more details. Mr. Speaker, I don't think I've ever taken more interventions in a speech, and I am now happily coming to my conclusion because this Queen's speech has health and social care at its heart. The reforms will help improve the delivery of the NHS, bring new cutting-edge treatments and work to world and make sure our world-beating life sciences are supported, have a safer NHS where we always seek to learn and to improve, a permanent solution for social care, not just a short-term fix, and dignity and support for everyone receiving mental health care as we put record funding into mental health services. All of this properly funded because we've turned the economy around, because without a strong economy, you just can't properly fund the NHS. And Mr. Speaker, I think today's debate has shown why we on this side are now regarded as the true party of the NHS, and we'll make sure it's always there for generations to come.
Order. Order. Before we proceed with the debate, I will now announce the result of the ballot held today for the election of a new chair of the Treasury Committee. 512 votes were cast with one spoilt ballot paper. The counting went to 2 rounds. 505 valid votes were cast in the second round, excluding those ballot papers whose preferences had been exhausted. The quota to be reached was therefore 253 votes. Elected Chair of the Treasury Committee with 263 votes was Mr. Mel Stride. The Right Honourable Gentleman will take up his post immediately. Perhaps I can be the first, very warmly, to congratulate the Right Honourable Gentleman upon his appointment. He and I have interacted regularly over the years, both, of course, during his service as a minister, notably as a Treasury Minister, when he was unfailingly courteous both to the House and to the Chair, and during his short but distinguished period as Leader of the House, in which capacity, of course, he sat on the House of Commons Commission under my chairmanship. He was punctilious, cooperative, every inch the public servant, and it was a pleasure for me to interact with him. The results of the count under the alternative vote system will be made available as soon as possible in the Vote Office and published on the internet for public viewing. But meanwhile, once again, I say to the Right Honourable Gentleman, congratulations and good luck.
Order.
On a point of order, Mr. Milton.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, can I thank you very much indeed for your personal kind words, and can I also say what an honour it is to have been elected by this House to this very important committee. I would like to extend my thanks to the fellow candidates. We had a very strong field, and to say that the confidence that the House has shown in me, I will reciprocate in terms of chairing that committee with the utmost fairness. And could I finally say that at a time of great sound and fury in this chamber, I hope that our committee now brings forward some illumination and light.
Yeah. I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman. Now, one of those distinguished competitors was the Honourable Lady, the member for West Worcestershire. Point of order, Harriet Baldwin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for calling me. I would just like to congratulate and add my voice of congratulations to my right honourable friend, the member for Central Devon, and also to my honourable friends, the members for Wyre Forest and for Thurston Moulton, and to thank the House staff for organising such an orderly election and for all those who voted for me. Thank you.
Particularly gracious response by the Honourable Lady, which I think resonated with colleagues, and I underline it. And I know the Honourable Gentleman Member for Wyre Forest and the Honourable Gentleman Member for Thurston Moulton also very well, very committed parliamentarians, and I want to thank them for putting themselves forward, for being here for the announcement of the result, and I'm sure for their ready acceptance of the verdict of colleagues. I wish them well in everything they go on to do. I think we'll leave it there unless anybody... of course. Point of order, Mr Kevin Hollinrake.
Mr Speaker, and I've my first ever point of order in the House actually for 4 years, but